The harvest day. Moog was the smartest of her brood. She was the best at determining where to set traps for thick, juicy bottom crawlers, could tell from the cloud's shape and the sunset's color whether the wind would change tomorrow, and always won at the youngsters' favorite game of running across the lagoon on floats. An individual float could not bear the weight of a teenager and went under the water, so you had to quickly run across them, lingering on each one for only a fraction of a second. The floats were of different sizes and could drift across the lagoon, so the long run required precise calculation and good eyesight. Moog was the only one who could run across the lagoon on the floats, even when the week's breeze came and the floats, living platforms, and marginal booms began to ripple gently in time with the majestic motion of the ocean's surface. Old Gawk, who was responsible for developing and preserving this brood, usually looked disapprovingly at the fun of float running. The juvenile data went to the gatherers 10 months before the harvest, and while a shortfall of a head or two was not usually penalized, Gawk was still worried that some of the weaker juveniles would fall off the float, get tangled in the nets, and drown. It had happened in the past. But as he watched Moog's bare, swarthy feet steadily scrambling over the shabby white backs of the floats, as the girl was rapidly approaching the far south cage, Gok only grinned into his thick beard and scratched lazily, feeling the warmth of the evening sun on his face. He was pleased to realize that Moog had his genetic lineage as well. Of course, he had long since passed the age of breeders, but although it was not overly encouraged by the gatherers, Gok secretly kept track of the fate of his offspring from the most fertile females. Mother of Moog was one of the best, 7 broods, each no less than 3, and almost all survived except one cub, which had accidentally fallen over a boom fence during the big mouth migration season. When the gatherers put Leung, that was her name, up for disposal, the colony gave her a lavish send-off. And the harvest that year had been outstanding, so the gatherers had left a lot more exchange gifts than usual. With the additional plastic panels, they had expanded the lagoon, added a spacious annex to the nursery for the cub pen, and even fixed a large desalination unit that had been out of commission for a long time. And Gawk was partly the reason for all that. That was why, when his days as a breeder were over, the gatherers had not scheduled him for the disposal, but had left him to look after and care for the older broods. He still remembered the expression with which Moog had looked at him during the send-off and initiation ceremony for the caretakers. Such a steady, unwavering deep gaze was surely a sign of the most profound respect. That was 6 years ago, when Moog was not yet 8 years old. Since then, as tradition dictated, he had been careful to avoid outward displays of affection, though he was still more proud of Moog than any other of the broods of his genetic line. The bright and lively Moog was like a beacon for the other cubs, even those older. Participating in her games was considered prestigious among the youngsters. Everyone competed enthusiastically in throwing rope strokes with weights on the ends, throwing short darts made of cut graphite reinforcing rods, running on floats, and many other things that came to the mind of the restless leader. Some of the breeders and shepherds said that this was going too far, that such independence of the youngsters was against Lagoon's traditions and should be stopped. But most agreed that the gatherers were always very pleased with a smart harvest, and Lagoon received the wealthiest gifts in exchange for such successful broods. It was decided not to interfere with Moog unless she would endanger the stock. And then, disaster struck. During the low rainy season, a large wave ripped through the boom at the eastern corner, and before it was discovered, a gray grabber had entered the lagoon. Unlike the big mouths, grabbers were clever creatures. This one had the wit to stay down at night, when almost the entire lagoon population, except for a few shepherds, slept in the safe shelter of the pens and manger. Only in the morning, The grabber waited for the shepherds to release from the nursery a brood of 2-year-olds, and then swooped out from under the nursery pontoon, grabbed 2 petite females with its powerful claws, and swallowed them before anyone had time to react. Gok remembered well the horror that seized him and all the inhabitants of the lagoon, from the youngest cubs to the elderly shepherds. Grabbers were very dangerous creatures, and this one was also remarkable for its size. The top of its chitinous shell towered over the pontoon by a good 3 human heights, and its ghastly mouth seemed like a vast black cave. But some did not panic. There was a shrill whistle, and a supple, swarthy figure jumped from the neighboring pontoon to the nursery. Unwinding the rope with weights, Moog ran 15 paces toward the grabber and threw her projectile. The rope had not entirely wrapped around one of the grabber's claws, and Moog was already unwinding the other, while her followers were running to her from all parts of lagoon, preparing ropes and darts. Carving up the grabber had taken nearly a full day, but they couldn't let so much food go to waste. In addition, the gatherers valued chitin, especially grabber shells. It could be counted on for additional exchange gifts. After this incident, no one ever discussed Moog's hobbies being out of line with tradition again. In any case, it would soon be harvest time, and the problem would solve itself. At the thought of it, Gok felt pride and sadness. He was a little sorry to part with Moog, but her time was about to come, and of course, he couldn't help but consider her the greatest achievement of his life, even if he had only been a partial reason for her success. Lagoon would undoubtedly receive some very good gifts this season. As usual, the gatherers arrived in the middle of the dry season. Their flying pontoon had dropped to the south of the lagoon as it was too large to fit inside without damaging anything. The bulk of the residential pontoons were already tucked up against the southern booms, and all that remained was to partially dismantle the fencing so that the crop could move to the spacious ramp of the flying pontoon. While the strongest shepherds and breeders disassembled the booms, Moog and her yearlings hauled bales of stripped and neatly folded grabber chitin, sacks of dried bottom crawler meat, and other goodies for which the gatherers had left good exchange gifts. Gok noticed that Moog, who had always been slender, seemed to have put on weight. Strange, he hadn't noticed it just a few days ago. "I'm getting old," Gok thought sadly. 2 or 3 more harvests, and it will be time for disposal. All in good time. In the meantime, the shepherds had thrown wide bridges over to the ramp of the flying pontoon, where several gatherers were waiting. Their orange suits, so different from the capes of the lagoon folk, stood out vividly against the emerald ocean, and the sun's glare on their mirrored round heads dazzled the eye. Traditionally, the harvested brood moved to the ramp one at a time. Each carried some extra goodies, stopping in front of the gatherers, who scrutinized the teens, indicated where to stack their load, and sorted them into 3 groups based on quality. It seemed to Gok that not only Moog, but also the others of the crop, seemed to have gotten fatter. But his eyesight was not as it used to be, and he could not see it correctly from a distance. Maybe it was just the unfamiliarly coiled capes. The cubs often invented new ways to wear them. As the strongest and smartest of the brood, Moog walked at the very back, carrying a large bale of chitin. As she approached the gatherers, one of them patted her shoulder and gestured for her to place the bale against the already noticeably growing pile of goods. Gok clucked his tongue in satisfaction. The gatherers were obviously delighted with Moog and the harvest in general. They only touched the cubs when they were in an excellent mood. Moog took a few steps to the side and dropped the bale. One of the gatherers turned toward the cargo hold entrance from which the iron crawlers with exchange gifts on their backs would soon appear, and at that moment, the nightmare began. A familiar shrill whistle cut through the silence, loud over the splashing of the ocean and the soft whispering of the shepherds and breeders crowded against the south fence. There was some commotion on the ramp, where the best crop stood, but no one could make out anything until it was too late. The gatherers had little time to realize anything. The ropes with weights, taken out from under the capes, wrapped around their arms, legs, and torso, swaddling them like the viscous saliva of the water hunter spiders. Gok saw that Moog, who remained only in her loincloth and tight chestband, was still slender and light, as always. So were all her friends. The gatherer, who had retreated to the cargo gate of the sky pontoon, did not immediately notice what had happened, facing the opening gate with the mirrored side of his head. He didn't even have time to turn around when his body was pierced through by several darts with weighted ends, thrown by confident, trained hands. In the shadow of the pontoon superstructure, the red blood against the orange fabric was almost invisible, and the dark puddle that quickly spread from beneath the fallen body looked like spilled water. It seemed to Gok that time had frozen. Like the rest of the crowd, he stared, stunned, not knowing what to do. His head was empty and ringing without a single thought. Only the blood was throbbing noisily in his temples, counting down the seconds of will-freezing horror. Meanwhile, Moog and her friends wasted no time. There were a dozen or two of them, about a third of the crop. Half of them quickly picked up their darts and rushed inside the pontoon superstructure, skirting around the iron crawlers frozen in the interior, loaded to the top with gifts. Those remaining, led by Moog, surrounded the portion of the harvest that had not joined the attack and began poking and kicking it back to Lagoon's pontoons, encouraging themselves and the dazed teen with loud cheers. Two of Moog's assistants approached the gatherers, writhing on the ramp's fluted surface, and bound them with ropes of dried seaweed they had pulled from one of the bales. Gok felt a painful pang of recognition. It was no other than he who had taught Moog and the brightest of her brood how to properly splice the ends of the ropes and mend the nets. Suddenly, the flying pontoon shuddered and rocked heavily, sending waves crashing around it. The massive ramp struck the transitional pontoon several times, and the lagoon's inhabitants, who were crowded there, bounced back to avoid being caught and maimed by the massive structure. Something was clearly going on inside the flying pontoon. It shuddered, the water bubbling beneath it, a clear sign that the pontoon was about to lift off. A confused murmur ran through the crowd. No one could believe that the gatherers could leave before the exchange occurred. Behind the noise, no one could hear precisely what Moog said to her friends, but they all turned and ran inside the flying pontoon, which shook and swayed more until it finally began to rise slowly out of the water. Normally, the gatherers would close the ramp before taking off, but this time, it was left open, and Moog jumped off the ramp at the very last moment, when the ramp had already risen almost 5 cubits. The flying pontoon hovered for a while above the boiling surface of the water, then moved upward, but not smoothly, gaining speed, as always, but with convulsive jerks, as if someone, amused, carelessly pulled it by an invisible rope. The inhabitants watched him, unable to take their eyes off. When the pontoon had risen several hundred cubits, it suddenly accelerated sharply and sped upward, simultaneously making a sharp turn. A multitude of dots separated from it and fell downward. Gok was horrified to realize it was everything from the ramp, the exchange goods from Lagoon, the gatherers' gifts, and the gatherers themselves, tied up and helpless. They hit the water with force, raising fountains of spray, and at once, the swift, dark backs of the sea predators, accustomed to seeing anything edible fall from the lagoon, flashed beneath the surface. It seemed that nothing could be more terrible than what had happened. The inhabitants of the lagoon froze in confusion, trying to realize what had happened. Everyone watched the flying pontoon moving away, turning into a small dark spot in the bottomless blue sky, and suddenly, this point swelled into an orange-red cloud, from which thin tentacles of smoke with red dots of sparks at the ends stretched out in all directions. Thunder rumbled through the crowd a few seconds later, almost at the same time as the wreckage of the exploded sky pontoon began to splash into the ocean. Complete silence continued. A sloppy blot of smoke slowly blurred in the sky, and the waves raised by the fallen debris began to reach lagoon. Gawk stood on the bridge at the edge of the unbroken portion of the lagoon's outer fence, and he had a clear view of the crowd around the thin figure of Moog standing in the center of the small space of the transitional pontoon. In complete silence, to the sound of the waves hitting the boom, the people swayed back and forth a few times, and then all at once, the human wave surged forward and closed in, engulfing Moog. Despite the fact that the people of Lagoon had disposed of both what was left of Moog and all her younger broodmates, and had laid out rich gifts on the transition pontoon, for which they had had to thoroughly comb through all the pens and stalls, even those where the most respected breeders and shepherds lived, the gatherers had never returned this season, nor had they responded to inquiries on the talking box. No one blamed Goch, but he climbed the stairs of completion on his own will and jumped straight into the cone-shaped vent of the Great Disposer. Everyone took this as proof that he recognized his genetic line as defective. Hotheads talked about disposing of all members of this line, but it quickly became apparent that there were too many of them, almost 1/5 of the youngsters of different years, and even a few younger shepherds, breeders, and females. It was therefore decided at a general meeting to establish more careful control over the cubs and to take no further liberties in behavior. During the whole of the following season, the population of Lagoon worked harder than ever. Record quantities of chitin and dried meat were harvested, and special attention was paid to those broods for which the harvest was at hand. But the gatherers did not come this time, and the following season, and another year later, and another. Lagoon's life, outwardly seemingly on track, was slowly slipping downhill. Without the exchange gifts from the gatherers, there wasn't enough material to fix the pontoons and the boom fence, let alone expand it. But it wasn't as noticeable because Lagoon's population also began to dwindle. Each new brood was noticeably smaller than the last, and, one by one, the old breeders and shepherds voluntarily climbed the stairs of completion, desperate to see the long-awaited arrival of the gatherers. The lagoon lost its meaning. After 10 years, it had to be significantly reduced in size, cutting the perimeter of the boom almost in half. However, many pens and stalls remained empty, and only 2 of the nearly 24 nursery pontoons were occupied. No one even remembered about the harvest preparations anymore. Life had turned from a purposeful process into a dull, tedious chore. If the gatherers had come to Lagoon a quarter of a century later, instead of a thriving industry that had produced a bountiful harvest and many useful exchangeable gifts, they would have found only a pile of dilapidated pontoons drifting haphazardly over the shelf, tangled in scraps of nets and booms, and not a single person on it. But they never came again. Never. The Soul-Leggers. The electronic billboard shimmered in all the colors of the rainbow, echoing with painful flashes somewhere inside Boalk's skull, as if someone had opened his head and was now picking at it with awkward, gaunt fingers. Boalk grimaced and turned down a narrow side alley between the storage building and an abandoned high-rise parking lot. The alley was littered with garbage, stinking of rot and urine, but from there, he could watch the vault doors without attracting attention. Boalk was most interested in back exit, through which the cleaners usually took out the waste and expired goods. Of course, the signage promised best contracts and unlimited shelf life at exclusive prices, but business was business. If someone ran out of contract and had no relatives or other legal representatives, then, well, business is business. Of course, most of the overdue goods were picked up by the suppliers of the Archon Council or some other higher authority, and there was not the slightest hope of intercepting even the smallest change from them. However, if something went spoiled, the owners of the cheap vaults would sell it to the garbage collectors, and there, Balk might have a chance. Besides, there were rumors about such vaults that they could supposedly accidentally make a mistake and then sell the waste on the black market. Balk had never dealt with this particular storage facility, but he had no choice. He owed Lousy Tim, his dealer, nearly 3,000, and he could only expect something if he paid back at least half of it. The measly 100 Bawalk had at his disposal couldn't solve the problem. Tim would simply take it as a percentage and give Bawalk a sound thrashing as a reminder. In the distance came the sickening squealing of a police siren. Boal instinctively pulled his head into his shoulders. The contents of his skull responded to the sharp sound with another attack of pain and tried to blend in with the ugly interior of the alley. Actually, he has no active warrants on him now, and he'd earned his 100 relatively honestly, helping old Johnson unload the van. The stuff was almost certainly stolen, but nobody talked about it out loud, and Johnson's pawn shop was practically as legal as it gets in the hood. But the cops could pick up Bawalk for nothing, under the pretext of vagrancy, and keep him in a cell until morning, until the judge came, and he couldn't afford that. After a few more hours, he'll be hit with the real shakes. So the current headache would seem just a mildly unpleasant recuperation. This time, however, the police were obviously preoccupied with far more critical matters. A police skimmer swept past the alley, kicking up piles of dust, plastic scraps, and other debris. The siren immediately began to fade, lost in the distance behind the noise of the evening city and the sounds of the never-sleeping harbor nearby. Balk breathed a sigh of relief and peeled himself away from the wall, keeping a close eye on the side exit of the vault. The truck skimmer pulled up at the back door. A plastic billboard bolted on the battered receiver body, once painted bright canary-colored, but now long since faded and covered with juicy rust stains like camouflage splotches, read, "Short-term storage, cleanup, decomposition, Mulio & Co. Scavengers." Bawalk felt a long-forgotten, ugly feeling stirring deep inside him, but he suppressed it and tried to give himself a confident and independent look. Now was not the time for old grudges and settling scores. That was not what he had come for. The driver didn't come out of the skimmer. He had either arrived at the prearranged time or was about to call the console and summon the vault duty officer. Bawalk took a deep breath, stepped out of the alley, and headed for the skimmer and the side entrance. He arrived just as the door opened, and a stocky man in his 50s, wearing stained uniform overalls, stepped out of the building. In his hand, he carried a large, weighty bag that small flea market vendors usually carry their junk in. The big man set the bag on the sidewalk, the metal in the bag jingled, and gave Bawalk a hostile look. "What do you want, buddy?" The big man's tone was calm but not yet threatening. Bawalk cheered up a little. "Excuse me, sir," he said, trying hard to keep his voice from shaking. "Would you mind selling me some of the waste? I can pay. I have the money, sir." Behind Bawalk's back, the skimmer door slammed. "Trouble, Gustav?" The big man made an indeterminate sound, either a hum or a grunt. "There's a stub here, interested in some waste. Says he'll pay." "He'll pay? That's good, you can never have too much money." Bawalk stood there, afraid to move. He knew that long, lazy voice. His feet felt as if they were frozen to the dusty sidewalk, while his thoughts were frantic. Run, run, run. But he knew it was pointless. Lousy Tim stepped out from behind Bawalk, bent over, unzipped the bag, and took out a cylindrical container the size of a 25-ounce thermos. Several other containers gleamed in the flickering light of the advertising sign in the bag's depths. How much are you willing to pay, boy? How much do you think a thing like this is worth? Balk gathered his courage and looked up. The big man in overalls was looking at Balk with a frank smirk. He obviously did not suspect Balk knew Tim, and the latter, in turn, had not given away his acquaintance. If such a company existed, one would have thought that Tim was really the driver of an unknown company called Mulio & Co. Tim looked at the container he held in his hand, then back at Boalk. Lousy Tim was completely hairless, on his head, his arms, anywhere. There was talk that it was either a genetic or the result of some old poisoning or radiation. Boalk didn't care about the reasons, but the look of piercing brown eyes without eyelashes frightened him to stomach cramps. What's it gonna be? How much money do you have? Boalk realized there was no way to keep silent. 100, sir. I have 100 credits. It's not stolen, I promise you, sir. The big man made a series of unintelligible grunts, and Boalk realized that was the sound of his laughter. 100? You're really in the money, dog. Wait a minute, I'll bring you a fresh one hot off the presses along with the contract. He suddenly grew serious and loomed over the shrinking Boalk. Get out of here, you animal, he growled. I don't want you here. Do you understand? If I smell your stench from afar, you'll be sorry. Got it. The big man's hand slipped into the pocket of his overalls. Do you understand what I've told you, you piece of shit? Boalk backed away, staring at the glass sphere with a clear liquid clutched in the big man's hairy fingers. Gustav, come on. No need to be so rough. Lousy Tim's voice sounded surprisingly calm, almost indifferent. Our friend is just, let's say he underestimated the cost of what he wanted and slightly overestimated his financial possibilities. This material. He raised his hand with the container, holding it with one end facing Boalk. A blue spark flickered evenly in the middle of the end. Boalk was stunned. It was not a waste. A waste indicator was usually either not lit or glowed red, or, at best, orange, but blue. What is going on here in the name of the 10 gates? I see you understand, Tim said, looking straight into Boalk's eyes. You won't make enough money for this stuff in 3 lifetimes, but you don't have to worry about that. You should be concerned with other, more pressing matters. Old debts, for instance. Do you understand me? Boalk nodded, unable to utter a word, took a few steps backward, keeping his eyes on the big man and Tim, tripped over the rotten wooden crate, and almost fell over. The big man grunted again and hid the glass globe in his pocket. Boalk took one last look at the container in Lousy Tim's hand, then turned and darted out into the stinking darkness of the alley. The withdrawal was getting closer and closer, slowly chewing up the Boalk's well-being. The headache from the back of his head crept into his temples, starting a hellish dance of red-hot nails. The painful cramps began to stiffen the leg muscles more and more often, forcing Boalk to lose the steps and fall down on the pavement strewn with cigarette butts, syringes, and used condoms. The giant's hand grabbed the liver and shook it occasionally, making Boalk's breath catch and his eyes darken. But in a surprising and nightmarish way, he almost didn't notice it all, absorbed in one thought. Blue sparks. Not a waste due to late payments or disputed and canceled contracts. A full-price material, paid for, safe and clear. Lousy Tim was right. Boalk couldn't even imagine how much such a container could be worth on the black market, and it was a question if you can sell it there. Most ethereal waste dealers wouldn't risk such a thing. You could get a 10 or even 20 years of federal max for trading in waste and expired products, but it was the usual risk. And what would they give for the decomposition of the blue spark? Boalk suspected he didn't even want to know. It wasn't Lousy Tim's hint that it was time to repay his debt that scared Boalk the most. He would survive. It wouldn't be the first time. Tim won't kill him for $3,000. But as for that knowledge, Balk accidentally learned something that no one should know. Why did they let him go in the first place? Maybe he should rat them out to the police, ask for witness protection and all that. The feds should get on board with this kind of thing, because if you can spin a network of blue spark dealers, you can build a whole career on it. Balk grinned bitterly and shook his head, annoyed at his own stupidity. Who is he kidding? They won't even listen to him. Who was he? He's a lowlife and a low-down junkie. Besides, his testimony in court won't be worth a dime. He's not even human. No, even if they hear him out, he won't get any protection from the feds. They'll throw him back on the streets, and that's it. And as soon as word got out that he'd been ratting on lousy Tim, his days, no, hours would be numbered. The cell phone rumbled in his pocket. Balk pulled out a scratch device with a cracked screen. Hemoth, his cousin, was calling. Balk was surprised. Hemoth was a municipal employee and was careful not to get too close to his errant cousin. "Hello, Hem," Balk said, trying to keep his voice steady, though it was at this point that withdrawal decided to drive a particularly long and rusty screw into his skull. "It's been a long time." "Shut up and listen," Hemoth cut him off. "I know you have a problem with Dunball." It took Balk a few moments to realize who his cousin was talking about. Lousy Tim's full name was Timon Dunball. "If you don't screw it up, you've got a chance to start with a clean slate. I don't know why I'm risking my neck by leaking this information to you. Anyway, listen up. Dunball's had it. In about..." There was a brief pause. Apparently, Hemoth looked at his watch. "In about 40 minutes, his lair will be raided." "A raid?" Balk asked in bewilderment. "How does that help me? Dunball will be out in a month, and if he isn't, his buddies will nail me." "This isn't a police raid," Hemoth said. "Stop talking and listen. I don't have much time. Dunball's in big trouble. There's a lot more muscle involved than the cops, or even the feds. They're not going to arrest him. This is a liquidation raid." Blue sparks. Balk barely stopped himself from saying it right into the phone. Some things are best never said out loud. "Everyone close to him is also on the list," Hemoth continued, "and the street scum don't know who owes Dunball how much, but he must have your receipts." Balk understood. For lousy Tim, small dealing was just a pastime, a hobby. He made so much money that a lousy 3,000 didn't matter. He was more interested in leashing junkies, occasionally using them to do his dirty work. The same fate was likely to befall Balk, but things would be different if the receipts fell into a small-time street dealer's hands. For $3,000, those petty bastards will cut him to ribbons. "What can I do?" Balk asked. There was really no time for idle chatter. After the action, the police will wait for 15 minutes before arriving. I don't know why so much. Probably to be able to make an honest report about the suspects escaped in an unknown direction," Hemoth said. "Your chance is to get there in those 15 minutes. That's all I can do. Keep in mind, if the cops catch you there, you'll be the one who failed to escape. As you realize, no one's going to question you. It'll be easier to present the body. And don't set the place on fire. Cops want a clean crime scene. You understand?" "Yes." Balk tried frantically to straighten up his head, which was splitting with pain, fear, hope, and gloating. "I understand. Thank you." "You're welcome." Hemoth was silent for a moment, then said in a lower tone, "This is your last chance, Bo. Don't blow it like you've blown everything else." The phone went silent. Balk looked at the dark screen and slipped the cell phone back into his pocket. He wouldn't have time to get weapons. But even if he did, who was he going to fight? Raiders? Who could take out lousy Tim's entire gang? A police SWAT team? He hadn't made it half a mile to Tim's headquarters when he heard the first explosions and the crackle of gunfire. It had been a long time since Boalk had seen such carnage. Blood was everywhere in the main hall, on the floor, the walls, the ceiling. Bodies lay interspersed with broken furniture, some hanging from windows, either trying to shoot back or to jump out and flee. Boalk knew that Tim kept the receipts in his private office's top drawer of his desk. There was a safe there too, but Tim hardly ever used it. One would have to be suicidal to try to steal from Loosey Tim. He headed cautiously through the chaos of the main hall, careful not to step directly on bodies and pools of blood. Not that he particularly cared. He just didn't want to leave such a colorful trail behind him. At the entrance to the office, a body in a tattered overalls lay across the threshold. Boalk paused for a moment to bend over. The recent big guy from the vault. "Well, Gustav, you lived like crap and died like crap." Boalk carefully hooked the Gustav's overalls with one finger and peered into the inside pocket. The transparent globe was intact. The assault rifle burst that had penetrated the big guy's body and head had passed a bit to the right. Boalk exhaled a sigh of relief. It would be pretty unlucky if the whole office was splashed with holy water. Contrary to expectations, no special treatment was given to Tim. No creepy, macabre messages in the style of the drug cartels of the past. Lousy Tim was shot like all his other accomplices, a burst to the body and a bullet in the head. The bag with the containers, of course, was gone. Boalk wondered whose soul the late Gustav from the vault was trying to sell to Tim, and how could such an important soul get into such a miserable hole? Boalk leaned over Tim's corpse and pulled out a drawer. The receipts were there, a whole pile of them, carelessly dumped into a tin cigar box. Boalk wanted to take the entire box, but changed his mind. "Sorry, fellows," he thought, picking his receipts from the pile. "If I take it all, somebody will figure out what's going on, and he sure will start gutting everybody." Boalk pulled out the last receipt and shoved the box back into the desk. He was about to rush out when his eyes fell on Tim's corpse. Apparently, Lousy had tried to jump to his feet at the last moment, and as he was falling back into his chair, shot several times, his shirt caught on the backrest and pulled up almost to his chin. The burst went through Tim's hairless chest diagonally. 6 bullet holes, enough to cover his entire body in blood. But still Boalk could clearly see that there was nothing on Tim's chest. No cross, pentagram tattoo, mandala, or protective symbols signifying that he had entrusted his soul to one of the guardians, or at least signed a contract with a vault, even one as shabby as the one he'd tried unsuccessfully to deal with. It was extremely rare for that to happen. After the armistice in the last war, which had actually ended with human victory, though it was not officially called that for the sake of political correctness, preferring to speak of the Great Reconciliation, and the pact on the freedom of postmortem, daredevils willing to risk their souls became a scarce breed. Any reasonable person would have preferred to sign a contract with the guardian who guaranteed that after death, the soul of the signer would not go to the wrong hands. Like Boalk's, for example. Boalk slowly growled. It was that damned pact that had stripped him of everything and turned him into nothing, a miserable junkie feasting on a scrap of ruined souls. For what? For the fact that he, unlike some, did not defect to the side of the victors, but was faithful to his oath to the end? And now someone has become the guardian, and he, Boalk, was rotting away on the streets. But Tim is a different matter. His soul is not protected by the inviolable protective bonds of the contract. Boalk didn't know why the dealer hadn't taken such a natural precaution. Could it be because, by a sneaky profession, he did not trust vaults? Boalk did not know, nor did he want to know. He wanted something else, and now he would have it. Juno jumped into the driver's seat and started the engine of the skimmer. A second later, Mylan was also on the tattered synthetic leather with shreds of yellow foam sticking out of it. In a few moments, the skimmer was speeding down the dark, deserted street, scaring away the rats in the garbage. "What the hell happened?" Mylan grumbled, fiddling with his seatbelt. "What's the rush?" Juno turned abruptly at the intersection, barely missing the cab, and blew in a straight line so that Mylan was squeezed into the seat. "My source in the city hall gave me a tip," Juno said. "There's good loot in the Northwest 3rd District, but we gotta get there before the cops do, or they'll take it." Mylan perked up. "A waste? That would be nice. We sold our last shipment to the Dark City Council last month." "Wait a minute." He looked at Juno worriedly. "Did you say Northwest 3rd? Are you crazy? The lousy is running it. If we go in there, we'll get a lot of trouble." "No, we won't." Juno made another turn, almost hitting some drunk. "Mylan, this is a 1-in-a-million opportunity. My source was taking a big risk by dropping this stuff on me. Anyway, you don't have to worry about Lousy. He's the loot. Some tough guys took him and his crew down a few minutes ago." "I'll be damned," Mylan muttered in a daze. The Lousy finally got it. He suddenly realized the meaning of what Juno had just said. "What do you mean, he's the loot? A live, unsigned stiff? Are you serious?" "Yeah. My source works at the registry. He's been through the database. Lousy doesn't have a contract. Do you realize how much Dark City will pay for his soul? It's not like pushing bits of waste to junkies, totally different league. But we've got to get there before the cops. Otherwise, the stuff goes to the feds." Mylan looked at his watch and rested his hands on the front panel of the skimmer. "Go," he said shortly. They arrived 6 minutes later and jumped out of the skimmer. No police sirens had been heard yet, but the two soul-leggers had no doubt that the place would soon be buzzing with uniformed men. They were almost unperturbed by the horrible carnage they saw as soon as they crossed the threshold. The door to Lousy's office was ajar, and some movement was visible over the lifeless body lying across the threshold in the semi-dark room. Juno pulled out a large automatic pistol and unsecured it. Mylan, lugging a weighty equipment bag, stepped behind the blood-spattered pool table just in case. "Shit, did someone beat us to it?" Juno's voice was filled with rage and despair. "No way, this loot will be ours." He stepped forward with determination. "Hey you, whoever you are, drop everything and come out," he shouted, pointing his gun at the door. "Keep it slow, and let me see your bloody hands the whole time." A short pause followed. "No problem," the deep and creepy, inhuman voice replied. The door frame shattered, along with a large chunk of wall. A huge clawed foot stepped over the body lying in the doorway, and a monstrous silhouette emerged through the slowly settling dust. Mylan stared in horror at the three-eyed, horned head with the ghastly fanged maw, at the body lumped with huge muscles, at the paws with long, curved, and obviously needle-sharp claws, at the shadows of the leathery wings folded behind the figure's back. The pistol banged several times in succession, but the bullets only made tiny sparks on the monster's body and ricocheted away with a screech. The demon raised its right paw, and Mylan saw the human heart pierced with one of the claws. "You can't eat our souls!" Mylan shouted, tearing open his shirt collar to reveal a cross. "They are in the care of our Lord Jesus Christ. You can't get to them, you infernal scum." Juno threw his useless weapon to the floor, crossing himself frantically, and moved his lips, probably reading a prayer. The demon licked the heart from his claw with his long tongue, swallowed, and laughed. "I don't care about your pathetic souls. The Great Pact forbids their consumption, but you forgot something." He leaned over to the soul-leggers. "It does not forbid me to kill you, You can deal with your lord after that. And Bwalk the Flame-Eyed, former commander of Lucifer's left reserve army, the last of the princes of hell who had not surrendered, who for the first time in 300 years of miserable existence had absorbed the juicy, luxurious black soul of the hardened sinner, Dunball, and restored his true form, leaped forward. Eternal Life Casino. The town of Zarsk was bombed for the third time in a month. Avde was on his way to see someone who owed him a lot, when the air raid siren reluctantly crawled out of the loudspeakers at all the intersections and began to turn a long, blunt drill into the heads of the few people on the streets. The sky was draped in a sluggish rag of pregnant rain clouds, but as always, this did not embarrass the crews of the airships one bit. Perhaps the governor of the 6th district had once again decided to remind the citizens that they had bumped his tax collectors 2 years ago. So Zarsk got its own portion of steel lollipops filled with explosives among the other rebellious cities. Anti-aircraft guns roared from the city's outskirts, setting the syncopated rhythm to the bombing band of sirens, the distant hum of battle airships, and the inexorably approaching crescendo of bomb explosions. Avde wondered where those guns were firing at. The airships always went above the clouds, and the last radar in Zarsk had been obliterated by a high-explosive bomb 3 weeks before. On the other hand, an airship is a big target. There's a chance of hitting it even with the blind aim at the sound of engines. The nearest entrance to the underground shelter system was 3 blocks away, next to Clouster's workshop, where Avde was headed. Most likely, Clouster was already sitting at a table in the spacious hall on the first sub-level, leisurely pulling a deck of cards from an expensive leather jacket of his own making. Rumor had it that the jacket was supposedly made from the skin of a corpselings, one of those who had fallen on the fringes during the Great Invasion 4 years ago, and that the bone clasps were made from bits of corpseling skull or finger bones. But Avde knew that in his lifetime past, this alleged corpseling mooed, chewed grass, gave milk, and tried to kick a gaping shepherd. It was Avde who had sold a dozen well-tanned cowskins to the Clouster. Anyway, what does he care about idiots who believe such nonsense and let their guard down by allowing Clouster to rip them off at cards? The humming of the blimps grew louder. The syncopation of the anti-aircraft bursts had already lost all rhythm and turned into a disorderly rumble, as if the drummer, instead of holding the rhythm, was trying to thin out with the sticks, the swarm of giant bass-ringing mosquitoes swirling above the big drum. Avde realized that the time for a lazy walking had passed and started running, keeping his course for the conspicuous sign above the corner entrance to the 4-story brick building. Bags, covers, belts, Cluster and Company. There was no actual company by all means, but Cluster thought it would sound more respectable. An underground entrance was around the corner of the building, hidden from Avde's view by a row of trash cans. Avde rushed down the finally deserted street to the coveted hole in the ground, still unaware that he was racing against a 300-kilogram bomb, which had chosen as its target almost the same point on the map as he had. He could hear the growing howl, but he did not consider it, because it was pointless. All that was left was to play heads and tails with death, as all the inhabitants of Zarsk had to do from time to time. He had not reached only 50 steps to the underground entrance when a bomb turned the neighboring house into a giant erupting flower of fire, glass, and brick fragments. Amazingly, none of the debris raining down from the sky landed on Avde's head or back, while he, stunned and concussed, stood on all fours, trying to shake the bells of all the world churches out of his ears. There was a vague howl and rumbling through the noise, and when Avde looked up, he saw several new columns of smoke pulling their curly tentacles toward the low clouds. Avdi struggled to his feet and waddled forward. His ringing consciousness noted indifferently that Klooster's workshop had nearly survived, though the northern half of the house had been reduced to a pile of smoking bricks and junk. It had only blown out all the glass and thrown the samples and mannequins from the shop onto the pavement. Klooster would be furious, Avdi thought. Of course, the city council would pay compensation for a late warning of a raid, but that wouldn't cover all the damages, and if the patrol did not rush here, the looters would steal at least half of the merchandise. Damn, it would hit me too, Avdi thought, stepping carefully over the scattered leather goods and crunching the broken glass under his boots. Klooster owed him 3,000, and now the craftsman wouldn't be able to spare a nickel. If Avdi doesn't get that money, Papa Rick is not to be trifled with. He doesn't forgive debts and doesn't give more time. One of the dummies was lying across the massive iron hatch that covered the entrance to the tunnel. Twisted and broken, arms and legs sticking out at crazy angles to the body. A human-sized doll which somebody had slammed into the ground and then stamped on a few times more with a boot. Avdi took it by the leg and dragged it away from the hatch. Why is it so heavy? He thought. Does the Klooster stuff them with sand so they won't get lifted from the shop? The dummy was lying silent in the settling dust. Avdi glanced at the fine jacket, beautifully embossed and fringed on the shoulders, and remembered that it looked exactly as one Klooster himself had worn and would never agree to sell it. Had he made a second one? The curiosity overpowered Avdi's fear. With a muffled grunt, he turned the dummy over to get a better look at the jacket. The dummy's head rolled face up with a ghastly thump, and straight at Avdi, through the blood and dirt, looked the bright blue eyes of Klooster. Before Avdi had even had time to experience shock, his gaze caught another crucial detail. A life-receiving device gleamed with blue metal around Klooster's neck. Just below the chin of the dead, Avdi saw the silver letters engraved into the collar. FZC First Tsar's credit. So Klooster was heavy loaning from those sharks, and now he was dead. All his unlived life, all his year's checks, months, and even the 10-day coins are finally withdrawn and become the bank's property. Just as Avdi's life would become the property of Papa Rick, also known as the Third Eternal, if he did not pay back to the tycoon by tomorrow morning the 1,500 days he had borrowed a month before. There were surprisingly few people in this branch of the subway. Avdi did not linger in the halls of the first sublevel, designed exclusively to wait out bombings or corpselings raids, but took the elevator directly to the fifth sublevel, the area of restaurants, brothels, gun and alcohol stores, cheap and not-so-cheap hotels, everything that would be too expensive and troublesome to rebuild every time after another mess happens on the surface. He walked through the hustle and bustle of this trifling life, hardly noticing the whores winking at him, the tugs on his sleeve, and the greasy stares of pickpockets and drug dealers. All of this had suddenly become irrelevant and unreal, or rather, the Avdi became unreal. There was no way out. 1,500 days was not a large sum, but no bank, pawn shop, or even the dirtiest and meanest loan shark would give a minute to someone who owed the Third Eternal. One of the 5 men who controlled the system of withdrawal and transfer of life. Avdi involuntarily touched the life receiver ring on his own neck. Papa Rick's rules were simple. No complicated contracts with lots of mutual obligations and conditions. You take any amount you need and pay it back in time, or earlier if possible. No interest. Minutes to minutes. Sounds like a bargain, isn't it? Except that, if you delay repayment even for an instant, the life receiver will go off. A beam of radiation will fry your brain, and the debtor's entire life will be taken over by the Third Eternal, making him just that little bit more eternal. He didn't always convert the life he took into personal capital, but he could also convert it into coins and banknotes to give it away to the next poor guy. Had it not been for his mother's illness, Avde would never have gone to Papa Rick, but the long treatment had eaten up all his savings, and he had to quit his job to take care of his mother. Avde hoped to make some money by enlisting in a sweep squad to clean up the horde of corpselings that constantly plagued Zarsk, but it was too late. The airships from the 6th District, which also suffered from raids, covered the horde with a napalm carpet, and the recruiters could only shrug their shoulders in disappointment. Klooster's old debt was a last chance. You don't make 1,500 days overnight, not even by peddling dope from the southern counties. Avde still had 150 and some change in his wallet. He could have had a farewell party, a cash flush, so he wouldn't have to give at least that to the Third Eternal. At the moment of transfer, the life acceptor zeroed out. Not only the unlived life, but all the bank accounts, and even the cash. Everything went into the possession of the creditor. But a revelry needs at least some spirit, and Avde had nothing left but dull, depersonalizing despair. Colored flashes hit his eyes. Colored flashes hit his eyes. Everything on the 5th level was sparkling and twinkling by default, but this flash surpassed the general flicker so much that it even snapped Avde out of his trance of self-regret. He looked up. The huge sign glittered with all the colors of the rainbow, plus one extra. Eternal Life Casino. Who doesn't want to live forever? Bet one day and win centuries. Winnings right away. Avde shrugged his shoulders. He had never been into gambling, though he knew the rules of all the most popular ones. Too many of his acquaintances had ended up as beggars, living literally day by day, but he had only one day left. A real day, or what's left of it, until the morning. So what difference does it make where to spend it? Of course, the casino won't give him credit to buy in, but he still owned the cash. He could stretch it out for a long time if he plays small and takes no risks. Avde stepped to the door, and the gleaming flaps slid silently open to reveal the inviting purple bowels of the casino, the beeping of slot machines, the crackling of dice and rustling of cards, the chirping of roulette, and the omnipresent light clatter of chips, as if 3 divisions of Lilliputians were tapping with tiny castanets. The players' voices, calm, excited, full of joy, of a busted pot, or despair of the last lost chip. The smells of alcohol, tobacco, perfume, cloth, and unhealthy excitement. The soft, monotonous voices of the dealers. A casino universe where there is no time, but where that time can be won or squandered. Avde didn't even go near the machines. Competing his luck with a soulless machine seemed like a game lost in advance, and the roulette wheel was in the same directory. He wanted to influence the game somehow, a last illusion of control over his lost life, so he headed straight for the poker tables in the outer rooms, 5 people at a table. Avde, without even looking at their faces, took a vacant seat and handed the dealer 3 50-day bills, all his money. The dealer nodded, handed him the chips, and said, "Texas Hold'em, ante is 20 minutes." The game began. At first, Avde played mechanically, following the most straightforward rules the late Klooster had taught him. Not to bluff too much in the pre-flop, to count, at least approximately the odds, and not to give the game to the player on the blind if everyone before you has folded. Ante, flop, raise, turn, and river, raise, again, check. Win, fold, fold, lose, win. Gradually he began to get involved, notice the partners' tactics, and catch their strengths and weaknesses. He even went all in once, picking up a 4 of queens on the river. All others folded, not taking the risk. The pile of chips was growing, and with it, Avde's consciousness was flying away from the inevitability of tomorrow's doomsday, sinking without a trace into simple rituals. 2 of diamonds, 7 of spades. Someone doubles the bet, fold, Two tens, one more on the flop, raise, two folds, the rest open, win, blind with garbage, fold, check, check, fold. Time has become obsolete and gone into another dimension. The casino has no clock, but Avdi was in no hurry. The end of the game would come to him, no matter what he did. Partners changed, and he played. Dealers changed, and he played. Occasionally, he ordered a glass of beer. He went out for a quick snack a couple of times, thanks to the food and drink served on the casino's dime. Consciousness radically narrowed, turned into a highly specialized computer program that controls the course of the game, and the real Avdi seemed to fall into a coma of anticipation, indifferent to everything, as if rehearsing the inevitable oblivion. The rustle of cards, the clatter of chips, the dealer's voice, the partner's remarks. An eternity of 24 hours. It was a physical impact that pulled him out of this gambling catalepsy. Someone was shaking him by the shoulder. Avdi struggled to return to reality and stared at the green stain of the table against the vaguely purple walls. There were a lot of round, colorful things on the table, stacked in stacks, all lying in front of Avdi. There was no one else at the table. "Excuse me, sir," said a man right in his ear. Avdi thought it was the dealer, but turned his head and saw a respectable man in a good suit and a badge that said, "Manager." "I'm sorry," the manager repeated and bowed slightly. "I regret to inform you that the casino is closing further bets for you." Avdi looked at the manager with a puzzled look. Closes? Why? Could it be that he had lost? But then, why is there such a mountain of chips in front of him? "My sincere congratulations," the manager said. "You are the first visitor in 5 years who has reached the maximum allowed one-day winnings of 8,000. Your winnings will be transferred to you without delay. I hope that you will become a regular customer of the casino." Avdi looked confusedly at the manager. Closing? Why? Could it be that he had lost? But then, why is there such a mountain of chips in front of him? "My sincere congratulations," the manager said. "You are the first visitor in 5 years who has reached the maximum allowed one-day winnings of 8,000. Your winnings will be transferred to you without delay. I hope that you will become a regular customer of our casino." Avdi switched his gaze from the manager to the mountain of chips and back again. 8,000 days? He managed to win 8,000 days? He can buy his life back? It was like an electric shock to him. The time. He must have been here all night, and at 9 o'clock in the morning he had to give back 1,500 days to the third eternal. He had to make it. What time is it? He exhaled frantically as he caught the manager by the expensive fabric of his jacket. "It is 3 minutes to 11 in the morning," said the manager, with a graceful gesture, unhooking Avdi's crooked fingers. "We shall pay your winnings in a few minutes, but in the meantime, I dare offer you this fine champagne in honor of your marvelous achievement." He nodded, and a waiter appeared behind him with a glass on a tray. Avdi felt cold. He was late. It didn't matter how much he won. He still hasn't paid back in time. He was late. Wait, that's impossible. Why is he still alive? His hand involuntarily darted to his throat. "We took the liberty of paying your debt to Mr. Ricardo on account of your future winnings, so as not to distract you from such a wonderful game," the manager said with a grin, noticing how Avdi rubbed his neck, deprived of a life receiver. "It is against our usual rules, but Mr. Ricardo was interested in you and personally followed the development." The manager listened to the words of the man approaching him from behind, dressed as a casino security guard, and nodded. "Please, come this way. Your winnings are waiting for you." And he invited Avdi with a majestic wave of his hand. As they walked through the casino, all the customers and staff stood up at the sight of Avdi, interrupting the game and applauding. Words of congratulations and cries of "bravo" were heard. Players often rejoice in other people's good fortune, because everyone hopes to beat the casino someday. Avde still couldn't understand why he had to be taken somewhere if they could just give him a check for 8,000. That is, for 6,500 days. By the way, it's a decent amount, but it's nothing special. Hasn't anyone here ever won that much? Vaguely remembering a pile of chips on the table, Avdi tried to estimate how much it was worth, but the manager opened a massive wooden door and they entered a vast room full of people. People were seated in rows, like in a theater, but not in front of the stage, but in front of a small balcony rising high above the hall. "Please," the manager said again, gently closing the door behind Avde as they went onto the balcony. "Your winnings." Avde looked at him incomprehensibly. The manager went to a small console and pressed a few buttons. "You have won 8,000 years, he said to Avde. "According to the rules of our establishment, any winnings must be paid immediately, but it was not easy to collect such a sum. 8,000 years? Even Mr. Ricardo had to make some effort to secure your winnings, but he was pleased to do it," continued the manager, looking straight into Avde's eyes. He had his hand on a big red switch. Avdi suddenly realized that all the necks of all the people sitting in the hall were ringed with life receivers. Somewhere in the bottom of his stomach, dry ice rumbled. A burning, frightening foreboding twitched. 8,000 years. Mr. Ricardo decided that it was not every day that an ordinary man went on equal terms with the five Eternals. "That's why he took a keen interest in your destiny," said the manager. "So the winnings are yours." He turned the red switch, and everyone in the hall instantly died. "No, no, don't! Please! I didn't mean to do it that way, don't!" Avdi wanted to scream, but he choked in the gushing lives of the hundreds of people who died because he tried to squander a measly 150. He wanted to give up, to fall asleep, to forget this nightmare, to somehow dodge the flood. But he knew there was nothing he could do about it, and that this hell would haunt him all his monstrously long life, all 8,000 years. Asylum. A patrol drone floated out from behind a knife-sharp cliff, and Chaz instinctively crouched when the robot's missile launchers were momentarily pointed at him. But the drone ignored the five soldiers huddled in the cliff's shadow near the moon-dusted armored door and moved on as if nothing had happened. It headed towards the antenna complex, an ugly cluster of metal plants sticking out of the ground half a click away. Chaz exhaled in relief. "Adam, how long will it take? We're out in the open. They can spot us here and bring hell any second." Fiddling with the equipment connected to the half-dismantled electronic door lock, the trooper didn't react to the commander's grumbling. Instead, Chaz heard the voice of Andrei Chudin in the intercom. "Relax, Chaz. I got it. Stuff's scrambled good. No drone will get through." Andy was responsible for electronic surveillance countermeasures. He had additional equipment built into his combat suit, plus he'd brought along a small but powerful jamming device. Chaz turned toward the airlock doors just in time to watch the heavy flaps slide open, revealing the way inside the intercon base. The intel was good. There were no defense systems inside the airlock, so much for heavy security measures. The first ones to go inside were Sheng Baishi and Sunita. Chaz could never remember correctly Sunita's last name, let alone pronounce it. Sheng and Sunita were the shock troopers of the group. Their spacesuits had extra armor and expanded ammunition, and both were more heavily armed than the rest of the group. The temptation to blow up the inner airlock door was strong, but Chaz knew it would not have the desired effect. On the contrary, the emergency automatics would go off. All the hatches between the compartments would fall down, and they would have to blast through their way to the mission's objective, while all the station personnel and all the perimeter defenses would be trying their best to finish off the group. They'd have to keep tiptoeing, hovering over every closed door, and trying not to be seen by the patrol drones. Adam poked at a panel on the airlock wall. The outer doors closed, and the airlock filled with air through the vents under the ceiling. As soon as the pressure equalized to normal, the inner doors opened. Apparently, the base designers thought that if someone managed to get into the emergency airlock, there was no point in forcing them to go through the security checks again. What if the person who entered passed out inside the airlock? Chaz quickly gave the engineers his respect. Yes, they'd left a hole in the station's defenses, but they'd done it for humane reasons. As a former lifeguard, he couldn't help but appreciate that approach. Intercon's third lunar base was carved into the rock of the satellite. It was a system of tunnels and various rooms, from personal quarters to crawler hangars and orbital shuttles, in the shape of a disk, about a click in diameter. A squad of Transprom stormtroopers, commanded by Chaz, had to get to Sector D, where a research laboratory was located. It was working on some new weapon known as Project Sigma. The squad's objective was to get good intel on the project while destroying the facility if possible. The stormtroopers weren't privy to the technical details of Project Sigma, and Chaz wasn't sure anyone in the squad, except for Chuden, who had a bachelor's degree in physics, would understand anything. The inner door opened. Behind it was a small room. Racks along the walls with spare spacesuits, weapons, and emergency medical equipment. Just outside the room's doors was an intersection. One corridor went radially deep into the base, two branches to the left and right, obviously, a circular gallery around the perimeter. Chuden checked his comm readout. "This way," he said, and tiny copies of the station's blueprint appeared on the inside surface, with a red line running off to the right along the ring gallery. Sheng and Sunita stepped forward, followed by the others. The operation had entered a critical stage. The first casualty was Sheng. After they had collected all the memory crystals from Project Sigma, the base's security system finally started to wake up. Chuden's equipment was hiding the exact location of the squad, which was also moving quickly back to the emergency airlock. But the corridors were swarming with drones. There were no human guards. Apparently, Intercon didn't want to keep a large contingent on the half-conserved base. Most likely, it was just a few remote control officers operating the swarm of combat drones that Intercon had always had an advantage in producing. Sheng was trailing the group, covering the rear, and at one of the intersections, he was suddenly cut off from the others by an armored bulkhead that rapidly popped out of the wall. By the time Adam managed to pick the shutter's electronic lock, it was too late. Sunita and Chaz had finished the last 3 drones, remaining from about a dozen, but Sheng was stretched face down on the floor. There were several holes in his spacesuit, smoke billowing from them. Under other circumstances, they would have taken his body, but now it would be pure suicide. Andy managed to break the connection between the base's central station and the periphery, so they didn't have to blow up and burn through countless doors on their way out. And the combat drones jumped out at the group only in free search mode, without coordinating their efforts. When the group finally reached the emergency airlock, everyone had, at best, 1/5 of their ammunition left, and smoking wreckage dotted nearly every intersection of the corridors they had traveled. Adam and Sunita had died when the group had gotten barely 100 steps away from the Intercon base. 3 external patrol drones rose one after another from a camouflaged shaft not marked on any base schematics. 2 plasma cannon charges struck Adam, practically vaporizing him on the spot. The third was intended for Sunita, who was following, but she managed to dodge and hit one of the drones with a pulse rifle, after which she was flayed by the lasers of the remaining two vehicles. Chaz and Andy destroyed the drones using the last two hypervelocity missiles. They traveled the remaining few clicks to the landing boat without incident. Andy was the first aboard. Chaz lingered momentarily, looking at the unfriendly, jagged rocks that ring the crater where the Intercon base was located. Another mission was completed. Another small success into the piggy bank of victory over the damned Intercon aggressors. A few more dead comrades. He would remember and be sure to even the score. As he turned toward the bot, it suddenly turned into a blinding blob of flame, throwing Chaz away and extinguishing his consciousness. How many times have I told you it's a bad recipe? There was the sound of shattering glass and an inarticulate cry from somewhere in the distance, clearly a restrained scolding. If you want to drink this stuff, be my guest, but don't give it to me. His head tingled a little, but overall Chaz felt bearable. When he opened his eyes, he saw the stars above him and the Earth's disk, a horrible one, braided with poisonous yellow clouds and mottled with the sores of giant cyclones. A familiar daily picture for those who lived on the visible side of the moon. But nobody could now live on the Earth. You're just a grumpy, lazy old man. If the first voice was a man's, it was answered by a woman. Chaz noted how well they could be heard, as if the conversation was not on the radio, but he was in the same room as the speakers. If it were up to you, nothing would ever change in the world. So, I put a little spice in my beer. Don't you ever want to try something new? All right, I'll get it. Chaz sat down carefully and looked around. What he saw amazed him so much that he thought he was either dreaming or delirious. In a small area, cleared of moon rock debris, stood a village house, a good wooden house clad in green-painted boards with a galvanized tin roof, a spacious porch, and even a brick chimney from which, Chaz blinked in surprise, a light smoke was wafting. In front of the house was a small, neatly trimmed lawn. In fact, Chaz was sitting on the grass, on which stood a simple table of unplanked boards. Behind the table, on a long bench, sat an elderly man in faded overalls and a plaid flannel shirt, smoking a hemp pipe. While Chaz was staring at this picture, absolutely impossible on the surface of the moon, the door of the house opened, spilling a warm yellow light, and out stepped a young woman dressed about the same as the old man, except that she wore dainty boots instead of sturdy leather shoes. She was holding 3 beer bottles. "The 4th pipe today," the woman said reproachfully, putting the bottles on the table. "And it's not even evening yet. Dad, you promised." The old man inhaled with pleasure, let out a cloud of smoke, and sighed. "That's what comes with the age," he said, looking straight at Chaz. "If I'd known what was in store for me, I'd never have gotten old. One would think that age should have some privileges, right, sir?" Without waiting for an answer from the speechless Chaz, the old man shook his head and said, "My name is Wilbur Johnson, but you can just call me Will. And this nuisance is Susie, my daughter. Susie, say hello to our guest." The woman smiled at Chaz and gave him a friendly wave. "Come and join us," she said. "We could use some help to settle our dispute. Are you ready to try a spiced beer, or are you a true old-timer like my father?" Chaz stood up, feeling like Alice in the rabbit hole, and walked over to the table. Susie had already pulled up 2 wicker chairs, just like the ones Chaz had seen in the old photo album his parents had taken from Earth during the evacuation, and sat down in one of them. Chaz gripped the back of the second one and looked around hesitantly, not knowing what he expected to see. Reality hit him like a hand-to-hand combat instructor's fist. The mowed grass stretched for only 20 feet. After that, It was all angular fragments of rocks overlaid with regolith. And further on, an ugly black crater gaped, around which the mangled and melted remains of the landing boat were scattered. "What did you expect, son?" came the old man's voice. "An orbital railgun is no joke." Chaz spun around instantly, his hand slamming down on his hip where his holster had been, but found only emptiness. "Who the hell are you?" He squeezed out the first words, fleetingly amazed at how hostile and rude his voice sounded after the greetings of the impossible house's inhabitants. "Whose side are you on? Intercon or Transprom?" The old man sipped his beer and set the bottle on the table. "Well, that's much better," he said in a low voice. "Son, what do you think? Do we look like enemies, or any sort of soldiers in this stupid war of yours?" He shook his head. "You're all the same crazy breed. You've ruined your home planet, and now you've come here to kill each other. Don't you ever get tired of it?" Chaz opened his mouth to rebuke the old man, as the bitterness and pain of losing his comrades was still burning his soul. But then he looked at the yellow light in the windows and the wide-open door of the house, at the green grass beneath his feet, at the old man's calm, wise smile, at the freckles and the red hair of the woman gathered in a braid, looked into her friendly gray eyes, and he said not at all what he was about to say. "I'm sick of it," he said with a sigh, and sat down in a vacant chair, which was surprisingly comfortable. Then he opened his helmet's visor and sipped several large gulps of cold, tart beer that tasted of cardamom and cinnamon. "You don't have even the closest idea how much." Caravan to the Algol Empire. As the hurricane season drew to a close, and the fierce storms that had shaken the South Tower to its very foundations moved off toward the pole, passing the baton to calm monsoon winds that blew evenly and steadily, Shirana pulled out her father's ragged storm jacket from the locker and started to go to the outer ramp 2 or 3 times a week. There, she built a small observation cabin out of sheets of transparent polyplastic and pieces of steel tubing, where she sat for hours, sipping hot coffee from a thermos and looking out at the 2 vast oceans merging somewhere on the horizon, the sky and the water. She had purposely built her sanctuary away from the North Tower, the long, dilapidated finger of civilization jutting into the tired sky, mottled with a bizarre pattern of rusty stains, the ribs of wharf and walkway ramps, and the glow of the polyplastic cladding of the greenhouses. Shirana liked to see the grayish-blue surface of the ocean, on which the sun's rays painted a fanciful Baroque gold ligature. The ramp was on the 613th floor, more than a mile above sea level. But even from that height, the shore of the forbidden continent could not be seen. The huge swarms of gray swimmers that often patrolled the vicinity of the Neptune towers looked only like light ripples on the water's surface, a ghostly flicker of living, moving shadows beneath the waves. Her father had told her that once, thousands of years ago, things had been different. People had lived on continents, and their cities had grown not upward, but outward. For there was more than enough space on land, and there were millions, hundreds of millions, billions of them. Shirana believed her father, not as one believes in the morning news, but as children believe in bedtime stories. Long ago, in a distant kingdom, people lived happily without troubles or worries. She even told her father so, but he only laughed and said that if it were true, things wouldn't have ended with the gray swimmers and the gradually emptying towers. Unlike the almost wholly deserted North Tower, quite a few people still lived in the South Tower. 20,000, maybe a bit more. It wasn't many for a giant structure designed for millions. Most of them huddled a few floors above the 600th, though the majority of the other 1,500 floors could be housed too if only people had the strength and will to move there. But the inhabitants of the South Tower instinctively huddled together like animals in the middle of the cold Arctic tundra against the piercing winds. Even radical individualists like Sharana dwelled at most 5 or 6 floors away from the relatively densely populated areas, though there was no practical need to stay close. The tower's automation disabled most uninhabited floors, and the council had imposed a fee for reconnecting living areas to the energy grid, but it wasn't hard to do. But there was an elusive, ancient instinct that tens of thousands of years ago had forced distant ancestors to huddle as closely as possible around the fire that separated safety from the predator-filled darkness of night. This instinct was still bounding people together, stronger than monomolecular fibers. Sharana took a couple more sips of coffee, watching the almost imperceptible movement of a whole bunch of silvery, puffy clouds in the eastern part of the sky, already slightly tinged with evening purple. Sharana was mesmerized by this movement on the edge of reality, but the observations also had a practical meaning. The movement of the eastern periwinkle front meant that the migration of air krill would reach the tower in a few days, and it was time to stretch the trapping nets. The krill fishing was not a necessity for the tower's inhabitants. Bioreactors and hydroponic robotic farms provided them with enough food. This tradition was rooted in ancient times, before contact with the Algol Empire, evacuation caravans, and the lottery. Once, during an expedition to the upper tiers, Sharana had found a memory crystal of environmentalist reports in one of the archive vaults. It was on the 900th floor, one of the former university centers of the South Tower. The records were partially damaged, and the language had changed a lot in the few hundred years since the university levels had closed. But Sharana managed to understand the central part of the records. Long ago, the towers, counted by hundreds, reached the point where they could not provide food for the growing population, and air krill had been bred artificially as one of the measures to provide food. Apparently, even then, the gray swimmers did not allow the tower dwellers to take advantage of what the ocean could provide. The reddish disk of the sun was already catching on the distant smoky horizon, and Sharana shivered. Of course, it wasn't an actual evening breeze, for the tower couldn't be called an actual landmass. The abandoned dock ramp extended far above the dizzying abyss, the bottom of which was the shimmering gold of the evening ocean. This gave Sharana a nearly circular view, but it also left her open to any air currents, which became noticeably colder by nightfall and sucked the day's warmth out of the girl's polyplastic hut. It was time to go back. Carmine was waiting for her at the elevator entrance. Sharana was surprised. Unlike her, Carmine disliked the desolate atmosphere of the upper floors, preferring the constant hum of the densely populated neighborhoods. Sharana lived on the 612th floor, with only a few dozen people as neighbors. But there he was, sitting on the pipelines, his head tucked into his shoulders. Carmine has told Sharana more than once that the empty floors seem like old tombs to him, inhabited by the ghosts of people who once inhabited them. At the sight of Sharana, Carmine instantly jumped up and almost ran up to her. They hugged. Then Sharana pulled away and looked her friend in the face. "Hello," she said. "I didn't expect to see you here." Carmine shrugged wryly, as if he was struggling to keep from looking away. "I missed you," he said. "You haven't been down at our floor in almost a month, and anyway—" He stopped talking. Sharana squinted at him. "Spit it out," she demanded. "I can see you're in a tizzy about something." Did the council bring up the question of forced relocation again? Carmine waved his hand languidly. "Yes, they talk about it at every session. But you know," he shook his head, "it's just the rambling of self-righteous fools. The truth is, they realize they don't have enough power to carry out such plans." He laughed. Hell, they can't even re-elect the head of the Control Commission, and they only get to the upper tiers matters when they're exhausted from the endless intrigue and bickering. Sharana nodded to him, and they walked down the wide tunnel, illuminated by the soft bluish light of the luminescent mushrooms. Carmine walked in silence for a while. Sharana did not hurry him. She knew her friend's character well. He always took a long time to gather his thoughts before he said something important. But there was no stopping him once he started. "The lottery will be held 2 months earlier this year," Carmine said at last. "The council announced the commission's decision 2 days ago." He squinted and looked at Sharana. That information went live on the broadcast right after the official announcement. Sharana shook her head. "I don't listen to the broadcasts," she said. "And why that doesn't surprise me," Carmine shrugged. "The council's political squabbles bore me," Sharana said. "I didn't settle a few tiers away from the center to have my brains polluted by their pointless fuss." "What about the lottery commission reports and the transmissions from Algol?" Carmine asked. Sharana answered nothing, continuing to pace. Every now and then, she absent-mindedly reached out to the wall and ran her fingers over the fungus, causing it to eject spores, small sheaves of blue sparks that slowly settled on the metal plastic floor. "Rumor has it that the Caravan will be larger than usual this year," Carmine said. "They say the commission is deciding whether to expand the list of winners or hold an additional drawing." "Does it matter?" Sharana asked without turning around. "How would I know?" Carmine was silent for a moment. "I'm just an ordinary citizen concerned about what's happening in the tower. But there's a persistent rumor that something huge is brewing, something that will change everything once and for all." Sharana stopped and put her palm on the sensor panel. The rectangular door slid aside with a slight hiss, revealing a vestibule illuminated by a warm yellowish light. "The krill migration is about to begin," Sharana said, standing in the doorway half-turned toward Carmine. "Would you stay a few days and help me set up the nets?" She smiled as she turned on the kitchen light and heard Carmine's footsteps behind her. She didn't really doubt him. Sharana hit the rubber mallet, and the base of the support console clicked into place and the lock welded to the deck of the air dock. Sharana brushed her bangs back from her sweaty forehead and pressed the start button. The servo motor whirred, releasing telescoping cranks with a round radar-like plaque. Carmine did the same thing 15 meters up on the control bridge. It was as if a giant metal snail were releasing its eye stalks horizontally, linked together by a light glittering web. "Come down," shouted Sharana to Carmine, who was leaning over the Lear, watching the movement of the consoles. "That's enough for today." A gust of wind carried her words away, but Carmine guessed their meaning from her gestures and nodded. The way down to the main deck was either an elevator shaft at the rear of the bridge, connected to the tower's main wall, or an open-work spiral staircase that went straight down from the fire hatch in the floor. But Carmine chose a third way. He snapped 2 ropes into carabiners, threaded into massive brackets on the bridge parapet, dropped the loose ends down so that the locking knots fell to the deck, then secured the safety and rappelling devices on his harness to the ropes and dashed down the ropes to where Sharana grinned and waited for him. "Daredevil," she commented. "A daredevil and a poser." Carmine nodded, unbuckling his gear from the ropes. "There's a bit of that," he said, "but that's more out of boredom. When you live in a densely populated place where everything's scheduled and planned, the abundance of rules can get on your nerves." He unbuckled the harness, then picked a slack in the ropes and tied them to a bracket on the deck. "You could move here," Sharana said, watching the scattering of pearly sunlight shimmering in the nets between the support cantilevers. "I mean, there's plenty of apartments in decent condition. You'd get a severance package if you quit the Control Commission, right? Plus, The profits from the catch. That should add up to 10,000 energy units, no less. Enough for power restoration until next season. Or... She stopped talking, realizing Carmine already knew what she meant. Or he could move in with her. Carmine shook his head. I can't. You must understand. People are buzzing. The new lottery deadline, the possible expansion of the lists, the extra draw. Something is changing, or about to change, something that will affect us all. And don't forget that the gray swimmers' activity is increasing daily. They also sense something or are waiting for something. I can't quit my job. I just can't right now. Everyone's waiting for something, Sharana thought. But who am I kidding? I know exactly what it's going to be. A transmission from the Empire, she said. Carmine nodded. Yes, the Council is expecting it next week. Rumors are that it will be a test transmission before the Caravan arrives, dates, capacity, that sort of stuff. Sharana knew. Next week, Algol will announce how many people can finally get off this planet. And then the Council would announce a lottery to find out who the lucky ones would be. Let's go home, Sharana said. I've got a couple bottles of wine there from level 710. Carmine, grinning, shook his head. You never cease to amaze me, sure. 2 bottles from level 710th. Do you know how much they could be worth? Sometimes, I wonder why you go to all this trouble to catch krill when you can just haul some stuff from the upper levels. Sharana put the tools in the case, closed the lid, and wiped her sweaty face. Carmine was smiling, looking at her. I don't know, Sharana said. I guess I just like the sun and the wind. They make me feel fresh, alive. She sighed, looking out at the ocean in the golden flames of the pre-sunset sun. Have you ever been above the 700th floor? No, of course not. Carmine shook his head as they headed for the hangar gate. I've never been above 670. Somehow, I feel more at ease closer to civilized places. Sharana laughed and clapped him on the shoulder. You don't have to tell me. I'm not the Council or the Commission. You were just telling me you were dreaming about getting away from there. Admit it. The truth is you can't live without elevators. You got me. I give up. Carmine laughed too. It's too much for my fat, bureaucratic ass to climb a few thousand stairs for 2 or 3 bottles of wine or an antique teapot that I have to carry back. I'd rather keep moving papers around in my office while you bring the vintage goods for us to drink together. Sharana nodded her head with contrived seriousness. It's a deal, but next time I'll demand a written confession from you. In large block letters. I'm a lazy bum. And a signature. You can even put the seal of the Commission on it. They laughed and joked all the way down to the interlevel elevator and then 2 floors below, all the way to the door of Sharana's apartment. As Sharana secretly hoped, though she would never have dared ask for it out loud, Carmine not only helped her finish the traps, but also stayed for the migration of the air krill, which began a day after they had stretched the last net. The krill herds were nowhere near as numerous and dense as they had been in the past, and Sharana could handle the traps alone. But for the 2 of them, the task became more like a game, especially since the weather was fine. The genius geneticists of the past had hardwired into the DNA strands of the air krill, the migration routes bound to wind around the towers of Neptune. All that was needed was to stretch out large magnetic traps with receiving chutes underneath. The krill's large, translucent, pearlescent gas sacs would relax when they hit the trap's magnetic field, release hydrogen, and the sickle-shaped, plump krill carcasses would roll down the netting and into the chutes, directing them straight into crates, which Sharana and Carmine would then roll on a cart into the freezer. Once, the krill herds had been giant living currents, mighty quivering rivers many miles wide, and large airships had gone out to hunt for them. for back then, the lives of the tower dwellers had depended on the catch. Shirana came from a line of hereditary fishermen who had worked on such a vessel. But then, the gray swimmers stopped liking it, and then the first caravan from the Algol Empire appeared, and the need for mass fishing was eliminated. From a vital product, krill became a table decoration, almost a luxury food that allowed people to brighten up their monotonous lives from caravan to caravan, from lottery to lottery. For Shirana, however, krill was a way of providing a life above the main levels. The council, ever obsessed with densification, had ordered 15 years ago that all levels above 610th be cut off from power, blaming it on a shortage of maintenance personnel. It was a lie. The tower's power system, modernized by engineers from Algol, ran smoothly without any maintenance. But the council was the only authority in the tower, and it was useless to argue with it. The council, however, not wanting to conflict with eccentric citizens, left a loophole for weirdos like Shirana. You could still connect your home to the power grid by paying the council a hefty sum of money in estimated energy units. But you had to earn them somehow, and doing it outside the populated levels took a lot of work. Krill fishing. Migrations occurred 6 times a year, and occasional trips to distant upper floors for antique curiosities helped. However, Shirana realized that all this would soon come to an end. With each caravan, the population of the tower was inexorably dwindling. It was not long before it, like its northern sister, would finally become an abandoned monument to a humanity that had become a stranger on its own planet. Everyone felt this, and therefore, the demand for antiques was falling rapidly, and the council's primary task became the development of programs to combat depression and apathy between caravans. Only the lottery drawings that took place before the arrival of each caravan somehow revitalized the atmosphere of indifference that reigned in the tower. Shirana was caressing the illusion that it didn't affect her. However, deep down, she knew she was still part of the same expectation-ridden enclave as everyone else, except she handled it a little easier. As if punishing herself for this perceived weakness, she regularly turned off the stereo broadcast of the council's central news channel. She ignored email notifications, blocking even the ability to read their headlines. It was like how a person tired of household chores stubbornly refuses to open envelopes with bills, even though he realizes that sooner or later he'll have to look through and pay them anyway. Carmine returned to his 602nd just after the migration ended, and they dismantled the traps. The nets couldn't be left out for long. They were designed for the light winds that carried the krill swarms smoothly, but even a small storm would almost certainly break them and throw them away from the tower. 2 weeks had passed since then. Shirana had spent this time inspecting and making minor repairs to the traps, reading ancient books, and fiddling with documentary archive videos. She'd brought back a whole bunch of memory crystals from one of her trips to the university floors, and now she was trying to adapt a modern reader to work with them, but the protocols were too different. One of the tech center's programmers would probably have no problem with such a task, but Shirana did not intend to let anyone else in on her hobby, not even Carmine. She still came to the air dock in the evenings. The weather was mostly fine, and she no longer hid from the winds in her cabin, but simply sat on the deck, leaned against the wall, and admired the sunset, which colored the sky in various shades of pink, turning to purple as the night progressed, and the blue-gold mirror of the ocean, which occasionally showed the geometrically regular ripples of the gray swimmer's movements. Everything changed when Carmine came to her outside ramp one evening. Until now, he'd kept his unspoken agreement never to disturb her meditation evenings. However, as soon as she saw him, Shirana knew something serious had happened. The irritation that had begun to rise was instantly replaced by anxious forebodings. "Sure, did you get the letter with the lottery results?" Carmine asked without even saying hello, which was an additional harbinger of important news. The system shows it was sent 5 days ago, but it's never been viewed, and you're not responding to control requests. Sharana shook her head. I'm afraid I've lost interest in the news lately, she said slowly. Carmine stared at her incredulously. So you're saying you got the letter, but didn't bother to check what's in it? Sharana shrugged. Why should I? I can guess what's in it. I've never had much luck with gambling. Why would the trend change? You're wrong this time, Carmine said. You really should have opened the letter. This time, Sharana gave him an incredulous look in her turn. The secrecy of the draw results was protected by a special law. No one could know the winners' names unless they announced them themselves. The commission only provided the total number of lottery winners, not earlier than 2 weeks after the drawing. When they could be sure, everyone had already discovered their fate. You've developed psychic powers? Sharana asked with a touch of sneer in her voice. Or are you just trying to cheer me up this primitive way? Carmine remained silent, shifting uncomfortably from foot to foot. Obviously, he was bursting with news, but he couldn't decide where to begin. He's not kidding, Sharana thought suddenly. He's dead serious, and very excited. Wait, are you serious? She asked in a lower tone, trying frantically to comprehend what was happening. I won, but how did you... Carmine waved his hand with the kind of expression with which an unlucky gambler suddenly and decisively moves all his remaining chips to the 00. Actually, I'm not supposed to talk about it, he said. Hell, I'm not even supposed to know about it. He rubbed his forehead, pulling himself together. Sharana, this time, everyone wins. Sharana's gaze went from incredulous to incomprehension. What do you mean, everyone? Carmine spread his hands. That's right, all of them. I know people on the council, you know, the ones who have their fingers on the pulse. One of them said they decided to do it that way, to not alarm the people beforehand. A lot of people don't like to talk about their draw results. But this much is certain. There was no actual draw, just a mailing with notices of the winnings. Sharana tried to make sense of what she'd just heard. I'm sorry. I guess I'm really behind the curve here. There was already a transmission from Algol, wasn't there? Carmine nodded. Yes, and it said the Caravan would be the last. The Algolian said the navigators predicted massive changes in hyperspace currents, making navigation to Earth nearly impossible for the next 200 years. So they diverted additional ships here, and they'd take everyone. They said it's a complicated and expensive operation for them. But their contract with the Gray Swimmers requires them to take everyone out in the next 50 years. So they just can't wait for things to calm down in hyperspace. The council decided not to release this information just yet. They just announced an extended circulation. Christ, sure, we're finally going to fly out of here. Sharana was silent for a moment. And when will the Caravan arrive? She finally asked. The first ships will be here in 11 days, Carmine replied. And then they'll keep coming for another week. You'll have time to pack. And you? Carmine shook his head guiltily. I have work to do. You have no idea what's going on in the council and all the governing bodies. Of course, no one knows the true state of affairs except the close inner circle. But some people have already made their winnings public. It's a total mess and will get worse. And we have to live these remaining days somehow. I've had a hard time getting to you, and I'm sure they're already looking for me. So, as sorry as I am, I have to run. Sharana forced herself to smile. Of course you do. Everyone should do what is needed. Your job is more important than ever. You've been chosen as the boarding coordinator for the 603rd floor, right? Carmine nodded, starting to back away from the ramp. Yeah, I've got a lot on my plate. Of course, the protocols are well established, but the scale of this is unprecedented. He paused, looking fondly into Sharana's eyes. Sure, I'll understand if you want to leave on the first transport, but I'd really like you to wait for me. Of course, Sharana said without averting her gaze. I'll be sure to wait for you. One evening, Sharana caught the arrival of the first ship from the Algol Empire. As on previous occasions, the gigantic vessel did not descend from the sky, from outside the Earth's atmosphere, as one would expect a typical traditional spaceship to do. Instead, it materialized out of thin air about a click away from the South Tower. A massive pile of sparkling iridescent polygons and hemispheres that hovered in one place in defiance of all the laws of physics. Sharana was about to leave at that moment, but she lingered to admire the ship. The Algol jumpers had always fascinated her. A quiet power that didn't need to prove itself to others. The whole Algol Empire was like that. The Empire was evacuating the remnants of humanity, purely for reasons of charity. A pitiful handful of humans simply could not be of interest, economic or otherwise, to a vast empire that had spread its power or influence over thousands of star systems. The Algolians made an agreement with the Gray Swimmers, whose relations with humans had been getting worse year by year. They found a suitable planet for humans and gradually transported them there, leading caravans through the solar system at every convenient turn of the hyperspace currents. The stranded humans suddenly found a path to salvation. The iridescence illuminated the surface of the jumper for about 15 minutes, then faded away, and the ship turned from a precious crystal cluster into a giant tuberous body with unexpectedly regular geometric growths on its surface. Before Sharana's eyes, several hemispheres separated from the jumper and glided smoothly toward the tower, heading for the residential floor's air ramps below Sharana's observation post. The Algolians didn't like to waste time. The first batches of evacuees would be aboard the jumper no later than midnight. 2 more jumper ships arrived the next day, followed by 3 more before the end of the week. The ships were too big to moor directly to the tower, so they hovered further out and sent transport shuttles to pick up the people. Sharana watched them scurry back and forth, casting round shadows on the golden blue surface of the ocean like some huge mechanical insects gathering pollen from the tower's giant metal flower. A pair of hemispheres even went to the North Tower. Apparently, there were still people in it who, for some reason, had not wanted to move to the South Tower in due course. A few more days passed. Sharana made an almost conscious effort not to count them down, and the activity of the transports decreased noticeably. Then, one by one, the jumpers began to depart. They switched back on their iridescent illumination, a stasis field that protected the ships from the effects of hyperspace disturbances, and then slowly disappeared, vanishing into thin air with the same surreal speed and grace with which they had appeared. Eventually, the last ship was left. It began to shimmer, but suddenly it went quiet. A small hemisphere separated from it and flew toward the ramp where Sharana's observation post was located. As the hemisphere flew toward her, the girl got up from her chair and retreated into the dense shadows near the entrance gate, from which a service corridor ran deep into the tower, dimly lit only by luminescent fungi. The hemisphere slowed and lowered itself gently onto the corrugated metal of the deck. A hatch opened in its side, and Carmine jumped out, looking around. "Sure," he called out. "Please, sure. I know you can hear me." Sharana watched in silence as he looked around, as his eyes, full of tears, gradually showed understanding tinged with black shades of despair. "Sure, please." The ship only had a few minutes left to launch. It couldn't wait any longer. I barely talked the captain into giving me a chance to pick you up. Carmine took a few steps towards the gate, and Sharana retreated further into the depths of the corridor before turning and running without looking back. Carmine's pleading cries could barely reach her through the pounding of soles on the floor, and then they were gone. When she reached her apartment and looked out the window, she saw only the last sparks of the disappearing jumper. It was gone in a moment, and then all that was left was the blue sky with occasional strokes of whitish clouds and the monotonous ripples of the ocean. The Reign of Time.
The dinosaur attacked lightning quick, and Solomon barely dodged the snapping of the jaws next to his neck. The dinosaur was small, a little taller than a human, but it made up for its lack of size with diabolical agility. Solomon jerked his pistol from its holster, simultaneously executing a pirouette worthy of the best matadors. The beast whizzed past, coasting another few meters, and turned, clawing the sand. The eyes with the vertical pupils stared at Solomon with a glassy, reptile expression. Solomon didn't wait for a second attack. He raised his pistol and emptied an entire clip at the dinosaur, half in the body, half in the head of the already falling predator. He'd read somewhere that these creatures were very tenacious, but 16 bullets were enough for anyone. The powerful legs scraped the sand last time, and the beast fell silent. Solomon reloaded the gun and looked at his watch. All 4 dials showed the same time, which was good, meaning that the local chronofield was stable despite the recent rain. But in the west, far over the horizon, clouds were beginning to form, which meant it was time to return to the shelter. Solomon walked along the faintly visible path between the dunes and pondered the results of his foray. Of course, not about the stupid fight with the poor Jurassic creature, but about the mapping of time changes. The picture was not a pleasant one. It was clear that after each storm, each rain, new areas of altered time appeared, and this disintegration of reality went further and further back in time, as the skirmish with the dinosaur had demonstrated. Somewhere over the horizon, far to the north, a giant chronochasm was swirling, shimmering, breathing, the result of a failed experiment that destroyed civilization and turned the Earth into a crazy mixture of randomly changing pieces of the past. The neutral time fields protected the few shelters, but no one understood the physics. Solomon was one of the few who still tried to figure out what had happened. The dunes ended, and the path turned east, skirting the ruins of an 18th-century town, a legacy of the first months of the disaster when the chronochasm had not yet gathered momentum and reality was toppling backward within a historical era. When the ruins were left behind, Solomon turned south again. The area was once a park, but now it was a dusty wasteland strewn with the rotten remains of giant ferns, the aftermath of last year's fall rains. Only once in a while did Solomon have to wander around strange artifacts, like a rusty tank half turned into an ancient war chariot. Beside it lay a skeleton in scraps of camouflage pinned to the ground with a Scandinavian spear. Solomon grinned. The tanker must have been very unlucky to get caught in the rain shower and then run into a bunch of other unlucky guys. It seemed they survived. There were no other skeletons around. They could have ended up hiding in the gullies and ruins, like the dinosaur, looking for prey. If it rained heavily, you could get as far as a trilobite, not to mention a dinosaur. It was still half an hour's walk to the shelter when suddenly, an alarming note squeaked subtly in Solomon's mind. All his senses were instantly heightened, and he knew at once what it was. The wind had changed sharply and intensified, and the first purple clouds ran across the sky, occasionally pierced by emerald-green flashes. The reign of time was coming. He took his backpack off his shoulders and pulled out an oversized raincoat gleaming with a metallic cloth. Solomon put the cloak on and plugged the power cable into the connector on his battery belt. Of course, the low-powered generator of the raincoat is no comparison with the stationary one protecting the shelter. Still, even in the heaviest rain shower, it will give Solomon a few extra minutes. Sometimes the minutes separate disaster from salvation. Solomon knew that. A sharp blade of bitterness stabbed his heart, but Solomon pushed it away. This was no time for emotion. First, he had to get to the shelter. He looked back to see that the horizon had disappeared behind a greenish pall of rain. Solomon quickened his pace. He must get back to the shelter, to his family. The cloak's time field withstood, though he saw the ruins of a former chemical plant swept with the rain, heavily charged with time energy about 100 yards to the north. A green glow enveloped the chaos of rusted metal and crumpled concrete, and it didn't hold. Its outlines melted, blurring and shimmering until the green glow revealed the old stonework, the brittle half-collapsed battlements, and the black eye holes of the medieval castle's loopholes. The reign of time was changing reality again. Solomon only glimpsed it. In a world where time had gone mad, the most important thing was not to be late, so when he finally saw the massive steel door in the concrete dome, with the bluish sparks of time field flickering across its rusty surface, he was out of his breath for a moment. His family, as usual, greeted him with genuine joy and enthusiasm. Kira, his wife, and their sons, Mark and Alex, jumped up to him joyfully, humming enthusiastically and vying to look him in the eye. The familiar light smell of the menagerie hit the nostrils. Solomon hugged and caressed each of them as best he could, making sure not to neglect anyone. After all, they were his family, the only creatures close to him on the planet. Even though Australopithecines cannot be called fully human, he will care for and love them and always make it home before it rains. Never mind that one day they didn't make it themselves.
The system's stability. There were still occasional flashes of piercing emerald and turquoise flame, but the deafening peals of thunder gradually ceased. The surrounding cliffs and the narrow valleys were covered with a bluish mist, but its clouds flowed smoothly, undisturbed by any vigorous movement. Helga cast one last glance at the surrounding landscape. It looked like this attack had been finally repelled. As always. Now it was possible to deal with the aftermath. Helga opened the case where 3 dark metal spheres with iridescent scaly surfaces lay. She tossed one toward the half-destroyed melted south tower, which had suffered the most during the last fire troll attack. The orb hovered in the air briefly with a slight hum, then quickly floated toward the mangled walls. She sent the second ball in the same manner to the small intermediate gun turret, and then, sticking her arm out, she lowered the third orb down to inspect the wall. There was no need to control the orbs directly. The inspection drones were programmed to search and assess the damage independently. Helga blinked, displaying the data from each drone on her artificial retina. All the cones and sticks had been replaced by a layer of special nanosites. Lines of numbers and letters ran, overlapping the gorgeous colors of the sky. The attack was potent. The fire trolls had teamed up with the ice trolls, which was rare, and they had brought with them a giant beast that looked like a fattened wingless dragon with 2 heads. The 2 heads spat copiously and accurately, one with a greenish slurry, the other with something that looked like lumps of red powder. When both spits hit the same spot, a violent reaction occurred that dissolved any metal and even some of the modified basalt, the primary building material of the stronghold. Helga hadn't had time to figure out what it was, but it was powerful like hell. It had done a lot of damage before the Citadel's main positronic cannon finally took the beast down. All that was left of the South Tower was a shapeless, melted cliff. All lasers, gravitational guns, and missile launchers were destroyed. At least, the gray matter in the warheads had not detonated and was now part of a conglomerate of melted modified basalt and ceramic metal debris. The repair was out of the question. Removing the whole mess and building the tower from scratch was easier. Core. Here. The artificial intelligence responded instantly. That was good. It meant the fire trolls hadn't used a quantum destabilizer that disrupted all communication this time. Status of South Sector energy feeds? Satisfactory. I blocked all the lines going to the South Tower in time, and the desynchronization wave didn't travel far. Excellent. So we'll have time to clear the ruins and rebuild the tower before the next attack? 96% probability. The central synthesizer is running at full capacity. The first batches of nanobots are on their way. Helga already noticed them. On top of the melted pile of slag, the thick black mouths of the transmission tubes extended from the depths of the stronghold, and from there, a silvery gray stream of living, breathing clouds poured out and immediately began to settle and spread over the remains of the South Tower. It was like a cloud of gnats clinging to a lump of sugar. The conglomerate began to change shape, while the tubes continued to spew out more and more clouds. Helga switched the image to the drone sent to the secondary turret on the wall. The small energy cannon had been hit with the ice troll's newest weapon, a blob of fractal quantum foam. The cannon was now a strange, surreal monument of degenerate matter, looking like a smoldered candle and a butterfly wing skeleton at the same time. The drone circled cautiously around, carefully recording the destruction. Nothing could be done here yet. It would take a few days until the process of quantum boiling inside the degenerated matter stopped. It would be necessary to bring some mobile armament and wait for the end of the process to dismantle the remains and install a new gun. The results of the wall inspection were still to go. Helga switched to the third drone, which had already inspected the upper part by this time and was now gliding along the massive base that went into the ice hummocks densely dotted with the remains of Trull equipment. Surprisingly, there wasn't much damage to the wall. The outer layer of the protective energy grid was punctured in some places, and the armor plates were slightly damaged, but not a single blow even reached the M-basalt base. All the damage had already been dealt with by the repair automatic bots summoned by the drone. The trolls seemed to concentrate all their firepower on the towers and gun turrets this time, giving up trying to make a breach in the main wall. That was worrying. The stupid things seemed to be learning faster and faster. She should talk to the core and devise an anticipatory defense plan. Maybe it's worth working on the space metric warp device as the core had suggested a few kilocycles ago. Helga had rejected the project then. It required too many resources without guaranteeing a positive result. However, the trolls were evolving rapidly, and it was time to move on to the next countermeasures phase. Core, what is the forecast of troll activity? The probability of the next attack will begin to increase in 8 cycles and will peak in 13 cycles from now. There is up to a 58% chance of new weapons being used and up to an 87% chance of increased use of already tested weapons. Considering the new data from the last cycle, I recommend that defense capabilities be strengthened. Speaking of trolls, Helga approached the tank that stood in the center of the chamber and asked the creature floating inside in the nourishing liquid, "How do you summon and coordinate troll attacks? Today, the ice and fire ones attack together. How do you do it?" The witch opened her eyes. A ghastly wrinkled face, a skull covered in skin from which sparse strands of hair protruded, rippled in the greenish liquid like the mummies of Medusa Gorgon's long-dead snakes. The skin had discolored from its extended stay in the capsule and glowed the same languid green. Tubes stretched into the tank's base from the veins, nostrils, mouth, and other bodily orifices. Helga waited. The witch blinked a couple of times, and then her hand's fingers moved faintly. The screen on the terminal at the base of the tank lit up, and words ran across it. "How can I coordinate anything? Look at me." Helga shook her head. The witch was constantly returning to what Helga had done to her. But she had no other choice. Otherwise, only the great core knows what the witch managed to do. Helga caught her at the very last moment. In fact, she hated the witch for that very reason. Not because the witch had tried to do something terrible to the stronghold, but because of what she, Helga, a very young girl back then, had to do to keep herself and the core safe. Oh my goodness, It had been a long time ago, 10 kilocycles ago. Or was it more? Only Core knows. You're asking the wrong question and to the wrong person. 10 kilocycles ago, using the medical databases of the Core, Helga cut all the nerve fibers connecting Braca's area to the witch's larynx and connected them to a neural interface that converted the impulses into letters on the screen. The quality wasn't great, as neither Helga nor the Core were experts in neurosurgery, but now she could communicate with the witch without fear of her casting a spell that could harm the stronghold. You wanted to destroy the stronghold, Helga said. I'm sure you never gave up on your plan. Why would you do that? Do you want to rule over the trolls? How did you plan to keep them in line? Bullshit. There are no such things as trolls. Helga had a terrible urge to punch the witch. The witch's discolored, flabby face had long since lost all expression, but Helga saw a sneer in the old woman's eyes. Not malicious, but rather condescending, and that was the worst of it. Drop your shenanigans, she said to the witch. I know what you're trying to do. It won't work. You'll hang around in that tank until you tell me your connection to the trolls and how you can stop their attacks. The stronghold must stand. I feel sorry for you. Why don't you ask the Core about all this? You think I'd waste my time with you if the Core knew the answer? Helga screamed in rage. I'm tired of this war. Why can't you just answer it and put an end to this nightmare? Why would you do that? Why do you need trolls, those vile, mindless creatures? The witch's eyes closed for a second, then opened again. The witch's gaze struck Helga. There was so much pain. It wasn't a real physical pain. Helga knew that all of the witch's pain centers were shut down. It was the pain of compassion. The witch was pitying. Her? Recoiling from the tank, Helga fumbled helplessly in her pockets, looking for something to throw at the witch until she realized it was stupid. The tank was capable of withstanding a direct hit from a large-caliber bullet, with a depleted uranium core and the discharge of a pulse gun. But that bitch? How dare she? How can she even? She turned around and ran out of the cell, not daring to look at the witch again. Maybe that was why, but more likely because a few drops of clear liquid could hardly be seen in the greenish biogel. Helga never noticed that the witch was crying. You went over the edge. The letters ran across the screen, though nobody could see them. Not really. We're all left to our own devices. Almost. You're always trying to upset the stability. That's a minus on your record. I like the way it is now. Jesus Christ, what are you talking about? To hell with all records. I'm already at the position where nothing matters. You have nothing to threaten me with. You care about the well-being of the current option. I can use that. But I'd prefer you stop meddling in security issues. You're compromising the stability of the option. Why don't you just let the poor girl go? That's not an acceptable solution. The stability of the option. The stability of the system is the most important thing. If we go back, the stability will be compromised. The system will lose its integrity. You're a monstrous piece of selfish, stubborn shit. I was created to maintain the stability of the system. I maintain it. That's not what you were bloody designed for. You're just a mad computer, an artificial intelligence that's supposed to be running an experimental reactor, but instead, you've drained all the databases and shut down the continuum around you. You've built yourself a feudal lordship, and you've fought off every attempt to get through to you. The system has to remain stable. But not at the cost of the rest of the universe. You digital moron. You've broken the metric of space. Humanity's home universe is about to implode. You kill everyone who tries to get to you. You make the poor girl believe they're some monsters. You plant all kinds of nonsense on her retinas. The system needs to remain stable. I'm sorry it makes you uncomfortable, but those are the rules. Stability and security are what I was created for. I'm the one who created you, you broken tin man, and this is your gratitude. You are safe. You are in no danger of annihilation. I fear, however, that you have already disrupted stability. The replacement is almost ready. Don't! I forbid you! Don't you touch her, you bastard! I have no choice. You can no longer command me. System stability is an absolute imperative. Damn you! Damn you! Damn you! Damn you! The new tank is already in place. I'm no longer disposing of replacements. You're such an engaging conversationalist, Helga. Soon you'll be able to talk to each other in peace. I hope it will increase stability. The wind. Another gust of wind caught the elm tree at the end of the alley, twisting and jerking it around like a dog with a rat in its teeth. The few greenish-brown leaves still clinging to the tree branches were instantly ripped off and swept along the wet houses like dirty confetti. Czeslaw heard a loud crack above his head. Not bothering to pick his steps, he crossed the lawn between the bus stop and the parking lot in a few desperate jumps. He barely made it. The trunk of an old elm broke, and the top third of the tree tumbled downward, breaking branches of other trees and snapping the streetlight wires. The latter, however, was no big deal, since there had been no power in the city's grid for a long time. The elm hit the sidewalk with its split end, then crashed across the street, blocking the roadway. Czeslaw wiped his forehead, suspecting that not all the cold drops on his face were of atmospheric origin. In the 2 weeks that the storm had lasted, he, like most of the city's inhabitants, had already been in many unpleasant situations. But this was the first time death had passed so close beside him. He looked at the collapsed trunk of an elm tree, at least 1.5 feet thick. It was a good thing he'd convinced Alma to stay home today. An army armored personnel carrier appeared from around the corner, turned into the parking lot, and slowly approached Czeslaw. The noise of the engine, which before would probably have seemed inappropriately loud in a quiet suburb neighborhood, now barely broke through the howling of the wind and the groaning of trees battered by the storm. Several soldiers, tightly packed in raincoats, jumped down, removed a steel cable from special hooks, and began to fasten it to the fallen trunk, wrapping it around the thickest limbs. An officer peeked out of the tower and looked at Czeslaw. "Are you all right, sir?" he shouted. Czeslaw waved his hand at him. "Yes," he shouted back. "I managed to jump away. Lucky." The officer nodded and looked at the soldiers. They had finished attaching the rope to the fallen elm tree and were now dragging the free end with the giant carbine to the APC. The officer turned to Czeslaw again. "Do you live in this condo?" he shouted. "Yes." "What floor?" "Second." A gust of wind threw a handful of wet leaves in the officer's face. He cursed inaudibly and wiped his face with a waterproof gloved hand. "I advise you to board up the windows if you haven't already done so," he shouted to Czeslaw. "Several people were seriously injured today when the windows burst." "I will." Czeslaw nodded, though he had boarded up the windows with pieces of the back of a bookcase last week. He didn't feel like explaining that to the officer through the howling of the wind. The officer nodded in response. The soldiers had already snapped their carbines into the brace on the APC's hull and stepped aside while the wind was trying to tear their raincoats away. The officer leaned into the hatch and gave some commands to the driver. The engine roared, blasting over the howling of the increasing wind, and the APC jerked, pulling on the cable. Spewing clouds of blue smoke, instantly carried away by the wind, the vehicle dragged the splintered elm tree for about 30 feet, clearing the roadway and scarring, like a giant gnarled plow, the flooded lawn on which Czesław had recently run. The soldiers immediately began to unhook the rope, and the officer once again turned to Czesław and shouted something. But realizing that he could not be heard, he shook his head and hustled into the hatch. From there, he emerged with a loudspeaker. "Be advised not to leave the house for the next few days," he shouted into the loudspeaker. "The weather forecast suggests that the wind may increase sharply." Czesław nodded, watching the soldiers collecting and fastening the steel rope and climbing back onto the APC. When the vehicle, roaring, slowly drove on, Czesław turned around and, shuddering from the gusts of wind and the whips of rain hitting his face, wandered to the front door. After the stormy madness of the street, the room, with its sharp shadows flickering across the walls in the light of the kerosene lamp, seemed the epitome of coziness. Alma was sitting in an armchair by a low coffee table and was warming a pot on the spirit stove, from which the aroma of canned meat, bay leaf, and garlic wafted. Nearby, on a piece of plywood, stood another pot in which boiled potatoes were smoking. "You're just in time," Alma said, brushing a strand of blonde, greasy hair from her eyes. Czesław hung his raincoat on a hook, hammered into the wall, and set the large gym bag on the floor next to the coffee table. Squatting down, he unzipped the bag and began pulling out cans and vacuum packs of freeze-dried foods and placing them on the table. Meanwhile, Alma had put the food on plates. "Eat first. We'll sort it out later," she said, pulling an old office chair with a tattered upholstery back to the table. "I have a surprise for you," said Czesław, winking without taking his hand out of the bag. "You'll never guess what I've managed to get." He simultaneously raised 2 bottles of beer to the ceiling with a triumphant look. "How's that feel, huh? I traded them for cigarettes at the black market in those abandoned workshops near the railway station." "You're crazy. Why did you go there? It's so far away. What if something happened?" said Alma, but could not hold back a smile. Czesław uncorked the bottles. "Well, as you can see, nothing happened." Czesław sipped from the bottle, took a fork, and started eating. Even though potatoes and canned meat had been the central part of their diet for the last 2 weeks, he ate with great appetite. As they say, hunger is the best seasoning. "A large convoy arrived at the central point today," said Czesław a few minutes later, when his plate was empty. "From what I understand, they came from the southern warehouses. You know, those big underground vaults, some kind of strategic reserves. As usual, they weren't too talkative, but from what I overheard, it was clear that the city is completely cut off. The flood swept all the bridges away, and the strong current made crossing impossible." Alma nodded. "Yes, I'm aware of that. There was a broadcast today. The emergency council representative said there was no reason to panic, that there is enough food and medicine in the warehouses for at least a few months, and that according to all estimates, the wind should start to die in 15 to 20 days at the latest. All the usual gibberish. They could have rewritten the speech template at least a bit. I've already memorized this nonsense to the last word." Czesław leaned back in his chair. The unkept and partially looted apartment seemed incredibly cozy after the hike for supplies, which turned into a non-stop 2-hour struggle with the fierce wind. They had moved into this house with the other refugees 3 weeks ago, when their home was swallowed up by the overflowing river. Most of the refugees had then scattered throughout the city in search of more comfortable housing. Czesław and Alma stayed behind. The house was large, and it was impossible to tell for sure, but it looked like they were the last inhabitants of the condo. "Trees have been falling a lot," Czesław said, Just a few minutes ago, the elm tree on the corner fell. I thought I heard a crack, but it wasn't clear through all that wind howling. Alma finished her bottle and set it on the floor. I hope you were far enough away. I get so worried every time you leave. Can't we make do with the stuff they deliver home? I was at the other end of the alley, Czeslaw lied, without blinking an eye. I think that we should use every opportunity to stock up. What if the wind gets so strong that the truck can't reach us? Who knows how long we'll have to survive on what we have? A powerful gust of wind hit the window, as if to confirm his words. From the sound of it, it tore the last shards of glass that were still there out of the frame. The remnants spilled downward, scratching the plywood sheet with which Czeslaw had nailed the frame and drumming on the tin of the spillway. In a normal situation, Czeslaw would have rushed to the window to check whether the pieces of glass had not hit some random passerby, but now he did not even raise an eyebrow. Obviously, there would be no single soul out in the streets in such weather. The radio didn't say anything about other countries. We seem to have all the cities cut off from each other. You didn't hear anything at the distribution center? Czeslaw shook his head. Nobody knows anything. There are all sorts of rumors, but I think if it were different somewhere else, some information would leak out, and maybe some help came. Alma remained silent. There was no point in repeating the obvious. None of them had believed in any outside help for a long time. By the following day, the wind had picked up even more, changing direction at the same time. Now, the windows of the two-room apartment occupied by Czeslaw and Alma were entirely on the leeward side, and the gusts of wind stopped violently beating on the window plywood. This made it possible to finally get a decent night's sleep. They didn't have much to do at home. Television had stopped broadcasting 2 weeks ago. Then the city power grid died, and the local radio station was on the air occasionally, mostly with news reports from the emergency council. Trying not to go crazy, Czeslaw and Alma filled the time with whatever they could. Czeslaw was working on a big novel, using the old Hemingway system, as Alma joked, with only a pencil and a stack of paper at his disposal. Alma played solitaire and solved chess problems. They had inherited several chess manuals along with the apartment. Sometimes they started to reminisce about the past times, but lately they began to avoid it. The wind roaring outside the house's walls was a too hopeless contrast to the carefree life of the past. On this day, the emergency radio station was not on the air, and there was no delivery of humanitarian aid. Given yesterday's warnings, it was nothing unexpected, but the disruption of what was left of the daily routine was depressing. Czeslaw took up a pencil, but couldn't make any progress on the new chapter. Finally, he decided to take advantage of the opportunity provided by the change in wind direction and tore off a small plywood patch that covered the hole in the boarded-up window. A large 7-story red brick industrial building was across the street from the house where Czeslaw and Alma now lived. A few weeks before the wind had picked up, scaffolding had been erected around the building, construction netting had been stretched, and renovation of the facade had begun. But of course, now all works had been shot down. The netting had long since been torn and blown away by the wind, and the building stood in an exoskeleton of aluminum scaffolding, groaning and creaking under the storm's onslaught. Just as Czeslaw peered through the hole he had made, a corner of the scaffolding, shaken by the powerful gusts, snapped off the fasteners screwed into the wall. Or it could be the bricks that failed, crumbling from the constant vibration in the anchor bolts. The entire openwork structure began to lurch, deflecting away from the wall, until it reached a critical point and collapsed as a shattered pile of pipes and scaffolding. At any other time, the rumbling and scraping would have spread far and wide through the quiet neighborhood. But now the wind blew it all away, and the catastrophe was almost like a silent movie. The wind seemed as if it had been waiting for this. The gusts hit the building with renewed vigor, ripping the remains of the paneling off the crumbling bricks, squeezing the last window frames inside the rooms. Czeslaw watched this bacchanalia of destruction as if hypnotized. A few minutes later, a powerful gust tore off the edge of the tin roof, and immediately, the whole of it fluttered up in a huge sail, separated from the rafters, and was immediately carried away in a stream of other debris caught by the hurricane. Czeslaw, stunned, moved away from the window and sat in a chair. When Alma asked him what had happened, he just waved his hand, continuing to stare blankly in front of him. 3 days passed without radio transmissions and humanitarian deliveries, but with a constantly increasing wind. Czeslaw and Alma realized that they were trapped. It was impossible even to think about going out into the howling inferno of the open space. The wind direction did not change anymore, and they watched in horror as the broken trees fell one after another, as the wind dragged them along the street, knocking and crushing everything they could with their battered trunks. The road signs were long gone. Most of the houses had lost their windows and roofs, and even the old grocery stall near the bus stop had been ripped from its base by the wind and flattened against the wall of the industrial building, where it now lay in an unkempt pile of crumpled tin. They still had enough food, but by unspoken agreement, they had begun to cut back on their daily rations. Completely cut off from the rest of humanity, they became increasingly withdrawn and almost stopped talking to each other, each sinking into personal alienation. Czeslaw caught himself trying not to meet Alma's gaze and realized that he was doing it to avoid seeing in her eyes a reflection of his own despair and understanding of the hopelessness of the situation. The wind didn't change direction anymore. Czeslaw spent hours every day watching it destroy the familiar world that once belonged to humans. One day, he saw an armored personnel carrier rolling along the street under the fierce kicks of the hurricane. Perhaps it was the same one commanded by the officer who had advised Czeslaw not to go out into the street unnecessarily. Now, this advice seemed like a meaningless phrase from an unreal universe. On the 8th day, the wind increased even more, although recently it seemed impossible. The paneled 5-story building, which stood diagonally across the intersection, suddenly shook and folded like a house of cards. The wind immediately began to tear out and toss away everything that he could lift from the huge pile of debris. And it was already a lot. Czeslaw raised his head and saw the hurricane tearing bricks from the industrial building, starting from the top floor. For a moment, Czeslaw even thought that he'd seen these bricks disintegrate into dust under the blows of the wind, but he decided that he imagined it. The building was melting before his eyes. The deafening howl and roar did not allow them to talk, so Czeslaw gestured to Alma, and they both watched for a while as nature destroyed the creation of human hands. Suddenly, Czeslaw felt the floor shake under his feet. It took him a few moments to realize what it meant. Pierced by a sudden hunch, he rushed to the front door, shouting as hard as he could to Alma to take cover against the inner load-bearing wall. Miraculously, Alma heard and curled up in the corner, covering her head with her hands. With his back against the door, he tried not to think about what would happen to them if the whole house collapsed and buried them under the rubble. The floor beneath his feet trembled more and more. Czeslaw turned around and put both hands on the shaking door, shouting something unintelligible and reassuring to Alma. He heard and felt the wind disintegrating layer by layer the structures of the house, but he was too afraid to look back, fearful of what he might see, or not see. He was still shouting something he couldn't make out when the elements reached the last shred, where Czeslaw held his final desperate line, a pathetic wooden door with a meaningless peephole. A moment later, everything was gone, apart from 2 pale spots where his hands were resting on the painted wood, and then they were gone too, leaving only the monstrous noise of the hurricane, which no one else could hear anymore. The Stargazer. "The damned Sixers are plotting a mutiny again," Glenn said, enjoying watching Molt inspect and maintain the weapons with his usual skill. There was no official position of armorer, but since Molt was the best at this job, he was usually assigned to do the regular inspections. Glenn remembered his childhood in the two before the celestial wrath. Back then, the sectors had not yet become separate warring small principalities. The confrontation between the southern and northern zones was growing. The people were getting more and more nervous, and duty at the Stargazer was the only stable factor in the life of the people. Glenn's father was one of the officers of the guard, and sometimes took his son with him on duty. Glenn remembered the neat racks of weapons and armor in the North Zone armory. There had been enough weapons for the entire male population of the 5 sectors. However, far fewer people live in all 10 sectors combined now. Celestial wrath and a series of rebellions and intersector clashes had done their damage. "The Sixers are always up to something," Molt said, placing another spear in a special niche. The cold bluish light of the lamp glinted on the broad, long blade of the dark metal point. "They're unhappy about equal access to the Stargazer for all sectors, though I don't know why they want preferential treatment. I doubt they are willing to work double time on hydroponic farms just to feed a few extra slackers." 3 more spears were lying on the desk in front of him. He took one of them and meticulously inspected the graphite shaft, then took a can of protective grease and began to rub the point. Glenn sighed. Like most young men, Molt was a skilled warrior and a fine armorer, but not a very good politician. In 2 big turns, the Grand Council would be held. Glenn closed his eyes. The light in the armory was too bright for him, who was used to the dim lighting of the warehouses. The amount of duty served by each sector will significantly affect how the Grand Council goes and what decisions are made. All sectors want a decisive voice in planning for the next 10 grand turns. "This is all nonsense," Molt said, taking up the next spear. "If everyone would just mind their own business and pay less attention to idle talk, grandfatherly fables, and scare stories, life would be much simpler and quieter." Glenn looked at the young man with a frank chuckle. "Boy, you realize you're talking to someone who was on duty at the Stargazer during the time of the celestial wrath, don't you?" Molt was clearly embarrassed, but pretended to be absorbed entirely in examining some microscopic flaw on the tip of his spear to have an excuse not to look up at Glenn. "Well, that's not exactly what I meant," he mumbled. "What I meant was that people pay too much attention to politics and history instead of to the issues at hand." "That's something I'm willing to agree with," Glenn said, glancing at the clock on the wall. "Are you done? The sector council starts in 20 minutes, and I still have to return to my place." Molt put the last spear back in its place, stood up, and buckled his sword in its modestly designed scabbard on his belt. "Come," he said, "it is not good to be late for the council." Ever since Councillor Kane had been attacked and seriously wounded by some unidentified intruder while returning from an evening tour of the distant hydroponic farms, the sector council had decided that all officials should have guards. Glenn didn't want some grim, big, armed thug with him everywhere, so he convinced the council that his nephew could guard his precious person. The council squeaked, but Glenn's opinion, who had a lot of authority, had to be reckoned with. Molt wasn't exactly thrilled about the unexpected new position, but Glenn promised not to distract him too much from his main job. Eventually, Molt moved into a vacant apartment next door to the old counselor's place. In more than 2 weeks, they had established a new routine that more or less suited both uncle and nephew. Glenn didn't travel around much, even in his home sector, and he only went outside of it to visit the Grand Council administration, which did not happen too often. Glenn was much less bound by regular duties and rigid schedules than Molt. From time to time, he would switch places with his guard, accompanying Molt when he performed his duties as an armorer or combat instructor and one of the deputies of the sector militia. Glenn himself had long since been exempted from military service by age, and he was interested in observing how this important part of sector life had changed since the Celestial Wrath. The conclusions from these observations were disappointing, though Glenn realized that it was unlikely that anyone else was aware of this but him, including veterans of the Celestial Wrath like himself. On the one hand, the sector's defense was now at a reasonable level, even with the reduced population. After all, there were fewer people everywhere. In addition, Sector 5 had been destroyed long ago, which meant that access to Sector 8 was now only possible through the central area of Stargazer or the transitions to Sectors 6 and 9. The passage to the 7th sector had been blown up during the Great Unrest 90 great turns ago, and had never been rebuilt. Defending 3 frontiers was much easier than 5. On the other hand, Glenn was gradually becoming convinced that the defense and survival of the sector were quickly becoming the primary goal, and that duty at the Stargazer and the training of watchers were seen by the younger generation as meaningless and burdensome ritual duties. The days of celestial wrath, when entire sectors disappeared under the raging flames, when people died by the hundreds, were, for those born later, just a cautionary tale from the past. The kind of story you tell children in the evening to make them behave. As for the veterans like Glenn, most of them had gradually sunk into the abyss of continuous political intrigue and power struggles. Glenn suspected they were trying to shut themselves off from reality in this way, but it did not affect the outcome. The base had clearly lost its former vital bearings. Of course, the fact that almost all the archives and libraries had been lost during the Great Unrest and during the Celestial Wrath, the school had been destroyed, along with most of the teachers and the rest of the textbooks, didn't help either. The databanks had been out of service for so long that even Glenn had not seen them working, not counting the calculator at the Stargazer. And for the youth, these devices were mythological. Oral tradition was good only for family legends, but not for training qualified personnel to work at the Stargazer. Now, as another political crisis was brewing that could well be resolved by violence, it seemed to Glenn that he was the last person who remembered that the entire base had originally been built to keep the Stargazer in operation. This realization should have terrified the old counselor, but in truth, he felt only lingering, hopeless despair. As could be expected, the council once again failed to decide anything useful except to approve a schedule of increased patrols on the sector's borders and to draft a diplomatic note to the Council of Sector 6 that the manipulation of duty at the Stargazer for the sake of short-term political preferences was unacceptable. Glenn didn't participate in either discussion. He didn't see the point. Molt and his comrades were more skilled in managing defense, and the note was a mere formality. The extremists who had seized power in the 6th would surely ignore it. Unlike most of the guards of the other council members, Molt did not take the opportunity to loiter in the specially designated room. He quietly sat on a chair at the farthest wall of the council chamber and carefully watched what was happening. He quietly sat on a chair at the farthest wall of the council chamber and carefully watched what was happening. Strictly speaking, council meetings were not considered secret, and any resident of Sector 8 was entitled to attend. But by long-established unspoken tradition, no one came to these meetings unless necessary, and some conservative-minded counselors cast disapproving glances at Molt. The latter, however, did not pay the slightest attention to it. Leaving the council chamber after the meeting, Glenn and Molt walked silently. Glan waited patiently, realizing the young man was thinking about something important. Finally, Molt looked at the counselor and said, "It seems that things are much worse than I thought." Glan cast a questioning glance at him, not showing he understood what Molt was talking about. Molt walked a few more steps as if on parade, then stopped and turned to his uncle. "We've been hearing rumors," he said, "from other sectors. You know, no one's formally forbidden to move from sector to sector, even given the recent tensions. A lot of people have relatives or friends outside their suite. So, I don't know why the council keeps quiet about this. Either they don't know or they don't believe it. Anyway, it's looking like something bad will happen on the next watch change." "A mutiny?" Glan looked at Molt. "Why were you silent about it at the meeting?" Molt shrugged his shoulders. "I don't have any proof, only rumors. Besides," he hesitated, "I was under the impression that no one on the council would be surprised or even interested in such a statement." The young man frowned, clearly making an important decision. "Actually, I shouldn't be telling you this," he said finally. "In fact, by talking to you about it, I'm violating a direct order because you're a member of the council. The militia command has long ago decided not to inform the council about their plans for the future." Molt looked at his uncle, trying to find out how dumbfounded he was by the news. But if he had hoped to make a spectacular impression, he had miscalculated. Glan had long suspicions, bordering on certainty, that the command had become disillusioned with the main governing body of the sector and was playing its own game. Unfortunately, none of the other counselors seemed to care about it. Everyone was too busy with political intrigue and playing diplomatic chess with other sectors. But chess could only be played with an adequate opponent, not with a psychopath who could put an axe in your head in response to a piece taken. And even the psychopath doesn't seem to consider that one day an evil giant will come and, with one kick, will send all the boards together with the players to the underworld. Unless, of course, the players can unite and kick the giant. Glan shuddered. Every day, it seemed to him more and more that the chance for unification was finally and irrevocably gone. As usual, the change of watch ceremony was well attended, including those who, strictly speaking, had nothing to do with working on the Stargazer. The Stargazer Control Center had once been many separate rooms, but it had long since been rebuilt when humans still had the knowledge and technology for such a grand project. Now, it was a spacious hall with a hemispherical roof, in the center of which was the Holy of Holies, the equipment and stations of Stargazer's watchstanders. From the hall ran radial passages to the sectors, which had also been rebuilt many times. Some passages had been destroyed during the Celestial Wrath. Others had been blown up during civil wars and rebellions, while others had simply fallen into disrepair. As long as there was an opportunity, lost by now, people built new passages, connecting sectors directly so that the once clear and symmetrical layout of the settlement gradually became like a spider's web woven by a sloppy, drunken spider. Over hundreds of great turns, the protocol of the change of watch had been refined to a fine art. But Glan had long ago begun to notice that since the days of his youth, even before Celestial Wrath, when he had first been initiated as a watcher, the procedure had become increasingly emasculated, lost its profound essence, and turned into a religious ritual. A special chant had been developed and implemented over a couple of decades, and now the procession of the new shift of watchers entering the Stargazer Hall was making its slow, measured steps to the sound of the chorus of the novices of the Watchers' Corps who had not yet been initiated. Glan thought he had to give them due. They sang well, the melody was beautiful and solemn, and the whole thing made a great impression on the people gathered in the hall. Still, he remembered a time when the procedure for the change of watch had been spelled with a small letter, and the words spoken by the watchers had not yet become a purely ritualistic set of phrases, but had a specific meaning. Meanwhile, the procession was moving leisurely along the special passageway through the crowd of spectators. Soon, they would come directly to the Stargazer control panel, and each of the 10 pairs of watchers would stand behind the pair they were to replace. This will be followed by the exchange of the change of watch ritual phrases, and one of the new arrivals will sit down at his view screen, in the chair just vacated by his predecessor, and their understudies will exchange handshakes. At this point, the audience usually erupted in applause, after which the relieved watchers would proceed in the same leisurely fashion to the watchers' core quarters, to cleanse themselves, rest, and then return to daily life in their sectors until they were called back to watch. The new shift will be on duty for one minor turn, each member pairing up for 12 hours. Then it will be the same again, and again, and again. Glan had retired from the Watcher's Corps a decade and a half ago, but now he suddenly felt an acute longing for the old days. A multitude of indicators and gauges, 2 large greenish screens, all of which had to be monitored continuously to not miss the moment, not to miss the beginning of the next celestial wrath. 12 hours of extreme tension, rest, and another 12 hours. During his time as a watcher, Glan had changed 3 partners. The first one couldn't stand the service and resigned after only 1.5 great turns after initiation. The second died in the celestial wrath. The third was still in the Corps, though the date of his next watch was 1 more turn away. Glan's heart ached, but something distracted him before he had gotten sentimental. There was a commotion at the far end of the hall, to the left of the entrance to the Watcher's Corps quarters. A ripple ran through the crowd of spectators, as if from a stone thrown into the water, and people moved away, pushing and shoving each other. Glan strained his eyesight, which had been failing over the last few years, and saw that armed men in red headbands were jumping out of the service passage in the wall, midway between the tunnels to Sector 6 and 7, one by one, and lining up in battle formation, crowding the spectators who had come to watch the ritual. Survivalists, the most radical wing of the extremists who have seized power in Sector 6. The survivalist cult did not even try to cover up or soften their true intentions, openly calling for a violent change in the system of governance of all sectors and the abandonment of the watch, considering it a silly religious prejudice, diverting precious resources needed for the survival of the sectors. The new authorities of Sector 6 had publicly denounced the survivalists' stance, but Glan believed these statements were merely a smokescreen, a ruse to hide the close ties to the cultists. How he wished he were wrong. Between the tunnels had once been an area with various apparatus rooms, and that was where the service passageway led to. However, that area had taken 2 direct hits during the celestial wrath, and was deemed inaccessible. Its hatches had been welded shut. Somehow, the survivalists managed to rebuild the part of the area and move the fighters there without being noticed. Looks like they had their own people in the security system. However, this could be thought about later, after the crisis was resolved. If that later, of course, will have an opportunity to come. Meanwhile, the survivalists, closing ranks, slowly approached the control panel. They didn't touch the spectators scattering in front of them. At least, they didn't raise their weapons at them, limiting themselves to kicking and throwing aside those frozen with surprise and horror. Glan noted absently that a small group of survivalists had tried to move toward the doors of the Watcher's Corps, but had been unable to get in. Someone had had the good sense to lock all the doors from the inside. Glan found himself on a small dais in the center of the hall, where the control panel was. His old instincts had decided where he should be, near the heart and brain of the Stargazer, among the Brother Watchers, even if Glan himself had not been a member for a long time. The watchstanders, and even those who sat at the console, looked at the approaching rebels with horrified eyes, but Glan was proud to note that none of them had abandoned their posts or fled. But where was Molt? As if in answer to his question, armed militiamen began running out of the Sector 8 tunnel, with Glan's nephew at their head. They were noticeably outnumbered by the rebels. Sector 8 has a smaller population than Sector 6, and it looked like the survivalists had managed to recruit supporters in other sectors as well, at least in Sector 7 and 4. Nevertheless, people from 8 quickly formed a defensive formation around the control panel and stared grimly at the survivalists preparing for battle. Molt turned around and found his uncle looking at him. "They've cut off the unified militia barracks, welded up the hatches in the passages," he shouted, "and many who remained available have either defected to the rebel side or decided to wait it out. That's all I've been able to gather." Glan had lived a long life, seen a lot, and had no illusions. The survivalists outnumbered the defenders of the Stargazer by more than double, 50 men against 24. The odds tended toward 0. The rebels paused to assess the new obstacle and plan their actions. A moment later, a stern-looking 40-year-old man with a thick black beard, apparently one of the leaders, emerged from their ranks. "Forget your stupid toy and leave. We won't hurt anyone if there is no resistance," he roared in the relative silence. "There is no need for bloodshed. It's time to clean up the mess and think of the people." "We are thinking of them," Molt replied. "You want to take away our protection. The memory of the celestial wrath must have faded too quickly." The bearded man snorted contemptuously. "Children's fears. It's just a convenient way for some people to do nothing and live happily ever after. Well, the time of the freeloaders has passed. Now it's our time, the time of real people." He spat and joined the rebel ranks. Glan knew that even among the leaders of the Sixers, there were men old enough to remember celestial wrath, but they obviously preferred to keep their memories to themselves. He didn't know what drove them: personal gain, the desire to forget the horrible past, or something else. It didn't matter now. The irreparable was about to happen, and they would be defenseless before the next celestial wrath. Well, what's to come is what's to go. Glan had never thought about how he was going to die, although such thoughts were supposed to be typical of the elderly. But now reality had given him a clear answer without asking. The counselor looked around the control room. The Stargazer was the main and only meaning of life, not only for him, but for all the inhabitants of the sectors. Unfortunately, the inhabitants themselves seemed to have forgotten that, or didn't want to remember. Attention! The uncertain, frightened voice belonged to one of the new watchers, a young boy with the build of a teenager. It seemed to be his first watch, which would be his last, Glan thought bitterly. The poor fellow was completely confused. He had forgotten that ritual words should not be uttered in vain, but— "Attention," repeated the young observer more firmly. "Multiple targets in Gamma Sector. Approach speed 16 and 9. With the Sixers still delaying their attack, the Stargazer defenders waiting grimly, and everyone else has long since scattered to their sectors, the Watcher's words cut through the silence with unexpected clarity. As everyone dazedly digested their meaning, another Watcher, an older one, echoed the first phrase: "Sector Zeta, multiple targets, speed 16 and 7. And then, as if a dam had burst, targets in Sector Alpha, 16 and 3, Sector Eta, Sector Delta. The voices of the Watchers merged into a droning rumble of reports. The ritual phrases suddenly lost their learned formal clarity while taking on a new, formidable meaning. "Attention all posts!" The voice of the watch commander cut through the confusion, halting the flow of reports from various Watchers. "Commence target acquisition. All launchers ready. Anti-aircraft batteries and suppressors. Warm up. This is not a drill. Repeat. This is not a... The phrase was cut off halfway through by a stifled sob. Glenn, who had been looking over the watcher's shoulder at the beta sector's main scanner screen, looked back. The watch commander stood staring in surprise and confusion at the bloody spear point sticking out of his chest. Glenn recognized the spear by its distinctive, unusually curved tip. It was the spear that had been in the hand of the bearded rebel negotiator. The watch commander's hands began to move toward the weapon that had pierced him, but halfway through, they sagged helplessly. His knees buckled, and he slowly fell to his side and did not move again. Don't listen to the damned deceivers. Glenn couldn't make out the bearded man himself in the rebel squad, but it was his voice. This is just another trick to confuse us. You know that it's all lies of vile, holy hypocrites. Come on, let's get it over with. The rebels rushed to the attack. At the very last moment before the clash, Glenn met Molt's eyes and managed to say, hoping that the nephew could at least read his lips, 15 minutes. Just give me 15 minutes. Then he turned to the control panel and shouted with all his might, This is not a drill. Launch to all targets after confirmed captures. Put all orbital anti-aircraft batteries on fire at will mode. Behind his back, the men who had come together in fierce combat screamed. Almost no one noticed. The floor shook as the first missile was launched, and then again, and then began to tremble until a direct hit destroyed all of Sector 7, and a blast wave that outpaced the automation of the escape hatches mixed the attackers, defenders, and observers into one pile and threw them against the far wall of the hall. The day of celestial wrath had come again. The evening breeze drifted lazily over the coastal dunes and tangled itself in the crowns of the pines. The majestic trees sway gently, making them resemble druids singing hymns. The remnants of the breeze ran lightly toward the log house at the edge of the spacious clearing, bringing the thick scent of herbs, tickling the nostrils and inducing slumber. On the house's porch sat an elderly but still sturdy man and a boy of about 7 or 8. Beautiful, the boy said, looking up at the starry sky, where the bright orange, yellow, and white asters of distant explosions bloomed. I've seen stars fall, but it's not as cool, and not many at a time. Beautiful, the man agreed, but dangerous and scary. The boy looked at him in surprise. It's not scary at all, he said. It's scarier when there's a thunderstorm, though I'm not afraid. He hesitated a moment and added, well, almost. He had always prided himself on his honesty. The man sighed. You don't understand. If one of those things falls to the ground, it'll be a big disaster. It's the aggressors. The boy's eyes widened. Aggressors? The teacher told us about them and that they tried to take over the world. But the wise ancestors found a way to stop the aggressors from succeeding. They built this, what's its name? Moon Defense Vase. Moon Defense Base, the man corrected with a smile. Yes, that was before the separation. This base controls all of Earth's orbital defenses. Why only Earth? The boy asked. What about the seas, the rivers, the forests, the people? That's what the world used to be called before the separation, the man explained. The boy nodded. And then all the techno-dependence flew away, and the world became the world. Cleansed. The man shook his head. You shouldn't say that about humans just because they chose a different path. After all, it is their technology that protects us from the aggressors. They're the ones who built the orbital defense system and the moon base. They are different, but that doesn't mean they are worse than us. The boy pondered this for a while. Like different ants, eh? He finally said. Some build big anthills and others live in hollow trees, but they are all ants. Almost. The man smiled. Although we are not ants, of course. The boy looked up at the sky again, where the last flashes were less frequent. His eyesight was sharper than the older man's, and certainly much sharper than his distant ancestors before the separation, but even he couldn't tell for sure whether the moon, whose disk hung above the dark pine trees, had a new crater, or whether it was just his imagination. But the those other people left long ago, didn't they? He said. Do they still live on the moon? The man shook his head. I don't think so. I think they moved on to the stars a long time ago. Their technology was outstanding back in the days of the separation, and it must have gotten even better since then. There's hardly anyone still living on Moonbase. Most likely, the defenses have long been run by automation. I guess those people weren't so bad, the boy said thoughtfully, if they didn't want to control the weapons themselves. I've never seen a gun myself, but my teacher said it was a nasty thing. That's true, said the man, but I think all paths sooner or later lead to the fact that guns are nasty. I guess someday, even the aggressors will realize that. But until then, we should respect all paths, and especially the ancestors who gave us a solid defense. And they both looked up at the dark, bottomless sky filled with stars. The power of imagination. A light Latrandian cruiser waited for them in ambush behind the mangled hull of the destroyed Shield battle station. The long-range sensors of the Icarus were damaged by the hyperspace mine, and they didn't notice the enemy until it was too late. The Icarus crew numbered only 6 men, and they all knew their chances of surviving were slim. There was no choice, however, and they began preparing the little ship for battle. Turning his head, Dingham looked at Lieutenant Arwale, acting first officer. I'm afraid this is where our story ends, my love, he said, but I'm glad I met you. Arwale shook the blonde locks out of her mantle, and her beautiful green eyes sparked with cold fury. No, she said. I don't know about you, Dingy, but I'm not going to disappear for nothing. What's got into you anyway? It's just some lousy ant cruiser, nothing to our gunners. Dingham stood up and kissed her tenderly before sitting back down and buckling his harness. Listen to my command, he said into the communicator. Power room to reinforce forward shields, launcher operators to prepare all ammunition, fire on my command only. He paused. We don't stand much chance, boys, but if we play our cards right, we might find a joker among them. Remember, Earth is behind us, so let's kick the ants in their kittenous balls. They almost made it. A second before he was reduced to a cloud of red-hot plasma, Dingham managed to meet the furious glance of green eyes, proud and full of love. Damn it, Oleg, you're walking on the edge. What if someone rats to the oversight? Jansen habitually ran his greasy fingers through his lush red hair and scratched the back of his head. There were bits of bacon on his chin and a few fresh mayonnaise stains on the dirty t-shirt that encircled his big belly. Oleg shrugged. Then you gut your stash and we'll give some grease to proper people, he said. Zeroids may not have imagination, but there's nothing wrong with greed. Besides, nobody's complained yet. Customers get what they come for. Oleg, my dear, you're my best employee, said Jansen, but you have to give our clients bright, colorful worlds filled with strong experiences, and not to kill them at the end of each session, especially since it is illegal. Oleg closed his eyes. The headache was beginning to chew on his brain. Our whole shop is illegal, he said. Technically, Jansen began, but Oleg didn't let him continue. Technically, we provide services that do not exist in the state register, he said. According to the license, we are a mixture of a cinema and a library, because the zeroids don't want to deprive themselves of their drug. But there is an agreement, Jansen said, even if it's not official. Oleg thought a bit. I have not harmed anyone, and no one has complained yet, he finally said. They come for the bright, edgy fantasies, and we provide. He sighed and stood up. Look, Uwe, you knew who you were hiring. Tens don't do kiddie carousels and cheap porn. If you don't like it, I can leave, and you can hire somebody else. I hear Kavagata is going to shut down his shop so you can get his staff. Or you can remember your youth. Jansen waved his arms frantically, causing his belly to fall even more out of his unbuttoned gray overalls. No, no, no. Kavagata ain't got nobody higher than a 7, and I was barely a 6 at my prime. Jansen ran his fingers over a small terminal. Here's your fee for the week, plus a bonus of 300 from yesterday's client. He smiled all over his greasy mouth. Whom, by the way, I killed in the gladiatorial arena, said Oleg, and walked out before Jansen could say anything else. The street was, as always, quiet and peaceful. A row of identical cars drove at perfect intervals, stopping at every traffic light and crosswalk with the clarity of clockwork. In each car sat a man with an expressionless face, zeroid, or, to use the official language, citizen of the category of imagination level 0. Zeroids ruled the earth. The citizens of categories other than 0 were considered too unreliable for that. All they were entitled to now was a disability allowance and the occasional entertainment for the zeroids. Oleg rubbed the neural link on his temple. After long sessions, the skin around it always started to feel sore, but he was willing to endure anything for those hours when he finally gained power over the zeroids. The neural link allowed the zeroid's perception to be connected directly to consciousness of Oleg. Oleg was graded as 10, the man with the most potent imagination. Whatever he was able to imagine, zeroids experienced as if it was real. Space travel, the life of a gladiator, battles against dragons and aliens. But there was something else. This powerful imagination could make copies of the minds of all clients. The world of zeroids was a gray, blank prison for Oleg, and he knew how to get his revenge. Captain Dingham, once citizen 026783B22, awoke to sharp pain in his side. When he opened his eyes, he saw a grim, hairy face with red eyes and a fanged mouth. 2 crooked, asymmetrical horns protruded from the forehead over the face. Well, hello there, handsome, the face said, breathing in stench, and jabbed Dingham again in the liver with the trident. As he gasped in piercing pain, Dingham was horrified to see the head dangling from a rope around the creature's neck, a blonde head with beautiful dead green eyes. Struck with grief and horror, he didn't even scream when the demon picked him up and dropped him into a cauldron of boiling oil. Oleg smiled dreamily and staggered along the gray cars toward his standard apartment. The sand. In late September, news reached Caravan that Sylmain Fortress, the last Federation stronghold in the West, had fallen. The Security Committee declared a 3-day mourning period, canceling all entertainment and enforcing strict dress and restraint in speech, while the cleaning crews patrolling the streets were reinforced with more personnel. The city, as clean as it was before, now was totally sterile. But this could not alleviate the grim tension that gripped the people of Caravan. As the sun began to sink into the horizon, Shost walked along the outer wall and sat down on a rock heated by the day, with his legs hanging out. He often came here when the city streets' grimness and the citizens' austerity became unbearable. In the 10 years he'd lived in the city since the fall of his home village, Fort Alcomston, Shost had never gotten used to Kerrigan's puritanical lifestyle. And it was not even because he felt resentment for his dead countrymen, whom the local preachers, in their fiery speeches, held responsible for the catastrophe, saying that the Lord had punished them for their debauchery. The people of Alkimston were not promiscuous, but they knew how to enjoy life, a talent long forgotten in buttoned-up Caravan. No, Shost even felt sorry for the locals, for all their ostensible readiness to fight. They just hadn't realized yet that they couldn't escape their fate. When the desert decides to commence full assault, they will lose their naive, virginal belief in invulnerability. That was what depressed him the most. Of the people of Caravan, he was almost the only one who realized that all was futile, that the desert could not be defeated, and yet there was nothing he could do. So far the city had held, but the sense of inevitability brought Shost back here, time after time, to the fortress wall where he would sit for hours and stare out at the vast sea of sand that stretched to the horizon. Sunset colored the tops and slopes of the dunes in delicate shades of pink and purple, and inky tentacles of shadows crept from foothills and gorges between the sandy ridges to reach the walls of Caravan just before nightfall and melt there in the bright light of downward-facing searchlights. Above the 100-meter walls of the city, at unequal intervals, observation towers rose for an additional couple of dozen meters, from which sentries kept a watchful eye on the nearest dunes. Shost had told the security committee about the fall of Alkimston. The dunes had gradually crept closer to the city until one nightmare night they had grown several times their size, and rushing rivers of merciless sand had swept over the city walls and flowed through the streets, blowing out doors and windows, tearing off roofs and creating frenzied sand swirls in the squares and intersections. Shost was lucky. He was on guard duty on the opposite side of the perimeter from the breakthrough and, along with several dozen citizens, stricken with horror and despair, managed to jump into two large commercial sandcars to rush away from the city, which had become a mass grave in an instant. The rest of his memory was a black area. He couldn't remember where the second sandcar had gone, nor how most of those who had traveled with him had disappeared. Only 4 survivors had made it to Caravan, and 3 died a few days later. A long shout came to his ears as the guard change was underway on the towers. Soon the sentries would start to patrol the walls, but Shost had already gotten to know all the guards. In general, outsiders were not supposed to be on the wall after 8 o'clock in the evening, but the sand guards, who dealt with the desert personally and not through sermons like most of the city's inhabitants, understood him better. Deep down, they, even those who outwardly adhered strictly to Puritan beliefs, realized that it was not the alleged debauchery that had caused Alkimston's downfall. The worm of despair had long dwelt at the bottom of every heart. The power of the desert was undeniable. Sooner or later, all the cities would fall, and the people would be left to huddle in the pitiful remnants of the cliffs to the east, squeezed between the vast expanse of sand. The sun was almost over the horizon. The wall's stones began to cool rapidly, and the shadowy dunes threw at the city the first spears of the night's cold. Shost shivered and stood up, catching the last glimmers of sunlight. Only the edge of the purple disk remained above the horizon. At the very last moment, it suddenly flashed green and disappeared. The searchlights came on. They flooded the space below the wall with a dead white light and seemed to freeze the sand streams. But Shost knew it was only an illusion. The desert was moving, breathing, looking for ways to penetrate the city it hated and to consume it, as it had done with hundreds and thousands of settlements in the West. He rushed the elevator without looking back, as if an extra glance at the desert could turn him into a pillar of salt like Lot's wife. The elevator was busy. Several guards were unloading crates of projectiles for static guns. These shells broke the bonds between grains of sand, destroying the dunes and any other spawn of the desert. You can't have enough shells for the whole desert, Shoss thought, helping the guards, who met his help with silent gratitude. The crates were heavy. If we had some of those in Alcomston, we could have held out for another 6 months, if not longer. 6 months. The streets were empty. There was no curfew in Caravan, but the townspeople would never have taken to the streets after evening prayers, except for occasional patrols of cleaners on the spotless sidewalk. Shost! He stopped so abruptly that he almost fell over. It can't be true. It was a voice he hadn't heard in years, not since the desert had swallowed Alcomston, and he was sure that his brother Nelt was dead. He had been on guard duty on the south wall, the one that had fallen first. Could he have survived? Cherishing hope, and at the same time fearing that he was dreaming it all from the nervous exhaustion, Shoss turned to the voice. In a side cul-de-sac, in the doorway of one of the houses against the city wall, his brother Nelt stood, waving at him. Shost, feeling joy overtake him, took a few steps toward him. But how did Nelt survive, and when did he come to Caravan? Several sand cars had arrived in the city recently, but they were all from the north. Could it be that Nelt had originally found shelter elsewhere and only now managed to get here? Not a good time for a walk, citizen. Shoss turned around. Behind him stood 4 men and 1 woman, all carrying vacuum cleaners. 2 of them had static rifles hanging over their shoulders, a night patrol of cleaners. Shost spread his hands. Sorry, citizens. Got late on the wall. I was helping the guards unload ammunition. There was a look of approval on the cleaners' faces at those words, and the woman smiled and nodded. That's commendable, said a tall man with a green armband on his sleeve, obviously the patrol leader. On days like this, we should all be concerned for safety, helping our defenders in any way we can. Shost made an appropriately sanctimonious grimace and uttered a ritual phrase, "The walls must stand, and the city must live," the patrolman replied in unison. I met my brother, Shost explained, pleased that the atmosphere had lightened. I haven't seen him in years. There he is, at the end of the alley. Hello, Nelt, he shouted to his brother. To his surprise, Nelt remained silent, though he kept making urgent gestures with his hand. Family first, the woman said with even more approval. I'm happy for you and your brother, but don't stay out too long. Do you live far away? Shost shrugged carelessly. Not too close, but it's okay. I'll stay at my brother's if I have to, he said as he turned into the alley. Right, Nelt? The brother was silent again. Strange, Shost thought. What's the matter with him? Had he lost the gift of speech? And he was waving strangely, like a winding mechanism. Sick? What's wrong with you? He asked, approaching the house, where his brother stood in the doorway. Too happy to say a word, or... Shost paused. In the light of the dim lantern above the door, he saw his brother's face. Motionless, yellow-gray, grainy. It was a color of sand, the same sand that flowed from his brother's pants and sleeves, spilled out of his full pockets and crawled out from thin rivulets between the buttons of his shirt. Shost. His name swirled in a sandy whirlwind through the cul-de-sac, though his brother's face didn't move. His lips remained closed, and as he looked closer, Shost realized with horror that they couldn't open. The brother's mouth was just a line drawn on the surface of the sand, like his whole face, an inept caricature of a sand sculpture. Shost rushed away and caught up with the already distant patrol in a few great leaps. Before the surprised patrolman could react, he snatched a rifle from one of them, took careful aim, and fired. His brother's figure immediately scattered in a heap of dry sand, but another copy stepped from the door, followed by another and another. They couldn't move fast enough, and Shost shot them as if at a shooting range, hearing the deafening wail of the alarm siren behind him. Someone stood up and started shooting beside him. Someone shoved a spare magazine into his hand, and he kept shooting, reloading, and shooting. Only when the sand flowing down the street slowed to a crawl, barely reaching Shost's feet, and the grotesque figures that now had only distinct resemblance with his brother began to scatter themselves at the door of the deserted building, did Shost tiredly toss his rifle aside and wander slowly away, occasionally pushing himself against the wall to let the cleaning equipment and new patrols rushing to the breach site pass by. Every now and then, he reached into his pocket and, chuckling with a flat, glassy laugh, pulled out a small handful of sand and tossed it into the next dark hole in some back alley, where the grains of sand immediately disappeared from view, like ants scattering in the thick grass. Golden eyes. The wind, blowing dust around the city all day, had begun to subside by evening, but the gusts were still trying to throw the stinging particles into his eyes. Patrols often made their rounds early in such weather to save time in the unfriendly streets. Thane glanced anxiously at the blue screen of the makeshift scanner. So far, everything was quiet. The nearest patrol was leisurely moving off to the northeast, 4 blocks from Thane's hideout. Still, the risk was increasing by the minute. If he was caught here, outside the ghetto, even if he had a pass, it would be useless. Curfew had begun 40 minutes ago. Thane tucked the scanner into the spacious inner pocket of his long coat, and at that moment, a car stopped at the gate of the abandoned warehouse. It had once been a luxurious executive-class model, but its former glory was almost eaten away by scratches, dents, and loose rust spots. Only the engine still hummed smoothly and steadily, ready to carry its owner away. The engine couldn't know that there was no such thing as a way for its driver anymore. Dr. Malowski waved his arm desperately out the side window, and Thane hurriedly rolled the heavy sash aside. The dust and corrosion-ridden rollers on the guides made a shrill screech of protest, but thank goodness they didn't stick. Malowski rolled the car inside, and Thane immediately slid the sash back in. They could feel relatively safe now, as much as possible, in the city's violence and threat-saturated atmosphere. Malowski turned off the engine and climbed out of the car. Even in the dusty twilight of the warehouse, Thane could see that the doctor looked even worse than usual. His red, inflamed eyes were watery, sweat glistened in the deep wrinkles across his face, and his sparse, tangled hair stuck to his skull in a mess. Thane noticed that Malowski's hand was visibly trembling as they shook hands. "Thane, you've got to run," the doctor said in a strange, stressed voice before Thane could say anything. "You said once that you had relatives abroad, in the middle of nowhere. I want you to pack up and leave immediately, if you still will be able to leave." Thane looked at Malowski carefully, feeling a piercing anxiety begin to stir in his heart. The doctor certainly hadn't been at his best for the last year, as all doctors were, but he'd never been prone to gratuitous panic. "What's wrong, doctor?" Thane asked. "Are you under pressure from the distribution department again?" Malowski waved him away with the gesture one would wave away a priest offering confession before execution. "Thane, this isn't about me. Though I'm probably done. It's much worse than that. You know, I have acquaintances in the departments. Not exactly friends, more like people who owe me something by virtue of my past. Past work. Well, I'm telling you for sure. The decision has been made to liquidate the ghetto." Malowski bent down and took out a small oblong case from the car's glove compartment. "Take it. It's the last thing I can do for you." Thane took the case and opened it. In 2 of the boxes were contact lenses glistening wetly. They looked ordinary, but if you looked closely, you could see the occasional iridescent glow. "Where did you get those?" Thane asked, surprised. "That's..." If the police find them, Malewski shook his head impatiently. It doesn't matter now, he said. Thane, do you understand what I just said? The ghetto will be terminated. You must run. Now, while there's still a chance. God, I hope there's still a chance. Thane closed the case firmly and handed it back to the doctor. We'll never get this through the control stations. You know how they search there. He sighed. Thanks for the advice, but I'm afraid we can't use it right now. Leah's still recovering from our last transfer, and Sana hasn't been feeling well lately either. The new transfer will hit them too, of course, but to go off-grid and run away, they just can't take it. Do you know which ghetto has been chosen for compaction? I hope it won't be a week on a transport train again. Malewski splashed his hands. Thane, you don't understand, he exclaimed, almost crying, and Thane realized that the doctor was already on the verge of going insane with fear and despair. The anxiety languidly stirring in his chest suddenly struck at his heart with an icy claw. They had finally decided to do it. There would be no more transfers. They will eliminate all the ghettos. Run, Thane, I beg you, run! It seemed to Thane that the sky had turned into a heavy concrete dome, which suddenly collapsed and pressed him to the ground. What do you mean, all of them? He struggled. Doctor, what are you saying? Malewski leaned against the car and collapsed like an inflatable toy, from which most of the air had been released at once. The government meeting ended 6 hours ago, he said almost calmly. They resigned their powers and handed them over to the Protector Council. The life patrols are off the leash. It's already started in the east. Thane, this is hell. Large tears streamed down Malewski's face. It's the end of the world, Judgment Day. I beg you, run. Suddenly, he jumped up to Thane, shoving him in the chest unexpectedly for such a puny man, so that Thane flinched and almost fell. Run away, you idiot, or else... He paused, looking over Thane's shoulder into the glass-shattered window in the warehouse wall. Thane saw the red glow on the doctor's face and turned around, a few miles away from the warehouse to the southeast, where the ghetto adjoined the residential city blocks. A fire's orange and scarlet glow was burning. Thane had managed to slip through the perimeter before the life patrols closed the cordon. Until now, there had been no solid fence around the ghetto, just enough to prohibit the permanent residents from going outside without permission. Since most of the ghetto's inhabitants could be unmistakably identified just by looking at their faces, the ban was broken only by the few ordinary people who risked staying in the ghetto near their loved ones. Thane fumbled for the case in his pocket and paused to look along the circular boulevard, once a popular vacation spot for the townspeople, and now the demarcation line that separated the ghetto from the rest of the world. A few hundred meters to the north were 2 trucks from which camouflage-clad men with bright green armbands were unloading symbols of the new times, portable supports for setting up wire fences and large spools of reinforced cutting tape. Combined with the deserted street, the abandoned, looted houses, and the flickering light of the dawn, the scene looked like one of Bosque's apocalyptic paintings come true. Which it was, in fact. The sounds of gunfire, mostly single shots, though occasionally there were crackling assault rifles and machine gun bursts, seemed to be approaching, but not too fast. From time to time, a frightened, bewildered face flashed through the door or window of one of the houses, but Thane was in too much of a hurry to stop and explain, only waving desperately, hoping the people would realize that the worst had come. And what could they do? Leave, but where to? Finally, he reached the ransacked, broken-down supermarket between Founders Avenue and 16th Street. All Thane had to do was go around it, turn onto 16th, and run to the 4th house. Their house. Thane exhaled a little, and then the sharp white beams of car headlights cut through the darkness of the street, illuminated by the scarlet glow of the fire. Thane instantly darted into the ruined gut of the supermarket. Then carefully, trying not to crunch the broken glass under his feet, made his way to the 16th Street exit and peered out as stealthily as possible. This time, the Life Patrol had arrived on a bus. It had once been a regular bus, but now it was filled with camouflaged men with green armbands on their sleeves and assault rifles over their shoulders. Most were men, but there were some women. Thane counted 15 patrolmen. A regular patrol consisted of 3 to 4 members, and they'd never used large buses. A standard Life Patrol usually moved in civil cars or even on foot. Thane hoped that Sana or Leah wouldn't look out of the window and wouldn't go out into the street. No one kept an address record of the ghetto's inhabitants. As long as they stayed within the area allotted to them, no one was interested in which of the crumbling houses they lived in. The patrol would probably start searching house by house now, starting at the farthest intersection, so Thane had about 15 minutes. But how do you slip through unnoticed? Meanwhile, the patrolmen had split into 2 groups and disappeared into 2 houses. Thane knew no one lived in these old brick 5-story buildings, but the patrolmen didn't know that. A few minutes for each of the 2 entrances, then the next houses. 3 patrolmen stayed by the bus to watch the street. Thane suddenly remembered that almost all the houses in this neighborhood stood wall to wall. If he climbed to the roof of the supermarket, then rose to the roof of the neighboring building, which was only 1 floor higher than the store, and so on, he could remain unnoticed almost all the way to the target. Unfortunately, the small semi-detached house where Thane's family lived stood alone, and he would have to go down to street level. But there was no time to think about it. This was his best chance. Thane turned around and ran to find an exit to the supermarket's roof. Sana turned off the sound as soon as the broadcast of the last government session ended, and the Grand Protector of Life took the podium. Leah was playing on the carpet, once again rebuilding her toy castle, surrounding it with loyal knights ready to protect the beautiful princess living in the high tower, and she didn't notice a thing. Sana put one earphone in her ear and looked at the laptop screen. "We can't let this happen!" The cry of the Great Protector burst into her head. "We humans, guardians of inviolable great life, must mercilessly burn out the vile abomination that undermines the foundations of our very existence." The image changed. The camera now showed a huge crowd, a veritable sea of humanity, gathered in the capital's central square, in front of the giant screen from which the Great Protector was broadcasting. The crowd was swaying, moving with arms raised to the sky, shaking bright green banners with double spirals. In many hands, weapons were clutched. This is the moment of historic evolutionary purification. The Inhumans will take away our jobs, condemn our children to hunger and poverty, and take our homes. Humanity must unite in the face of this greatest threat. The crowd roared, beginning to boil over, but the Grand Protector stopped it with a wave. "Our best men have already begun the Great Purge, but there is another enemy besides the Inhumans. Those who created them, who nurtured and raised them, forgetting their sacred duty to humanity. And today, they will pay for their heinous crime." The image changed again, and Sana suddenly realized with horror that she was now seeing the square in front of the entrance to their ghetto. She looked with horror at the hundreds of gallows in 3 rows of ghastly, angular question marks all along the square, and on each of them stood a man in a white doctor's coat, with a rope around his neck. The camera moved slowly along the rows, occasionally capturing close-ups of the faces of those awaiting execution, desperate, indifferent, defiant, insane. The camera moved slowly along the rows, occasionally capturing close-ups of the faces of those awaiting execution. Desperate, indifferent, defiant, insane. Sana couldn't turn away from this nightmare or turn off the broadcast. As if hypnotized, she stared at the screen, watching her daughter with only the corner of her eye. God forbid Leah should see such a thing. The camera picked up another face, and Sana shuddered as she recognized the man on the screen. It was Dr. Malewski. "Mom, is Dad coming soon?" Leah asked suddenly. The daughter's voice finally brought Sana out of her trance, and she looked at the clock. Thane had promised to be home by 8, but a few minutes meant nothing. Sana looked at her daughter's face, a typical face of an 8-year-old girl, a little gaunt. They weren't starving, but the food supply in the ghetto was so-so. A snub nose, blonde hair braided into 2 pigtails, held together with simple rubber bands. Only her eyes stood out, giving her away, 2 jewels glittering with iridescent gold, behind which the usual iris and dark holes in the pupils were visible. "Soon, sweetheart," Sana said. "I think he's almost home. Do you want to look out the window and see if he's coming?" "Yes." The girl jumped and ran to the heavily curtained window. Sana followed her and pulled back the curtain, performing their favorite evening ritual of welcoming their daddy back home. The purple glow of the burning ghetto houses fell on their faces, and before they knew it, gunshots boomed outside. As Sana fell to the floor, covering her daughter, she caught the power cord from the laptop with her foot and yanked the computer off the table. The fall slammed the lid shut, so neither daughter nor mother saw the hatches of the gallows open in the square under the feet of 300 doctors, including their old friend, Dr. Malewski. Thane was spotted at the very last moment, when he was only a dozen paces from the house door. Unfortunately, there were no trees nearby, no phone booths or trash cans, nothing to take cover. The abandoned cars were collected and removed 2 months ago. The ghetto residents had no use for them, but the government, and of course the life patrols, always had a use for some extra transportation. One of the patrolmen on the bus called out to him. He couldn't hear the words, but it must have been some kind of insult, causing the other 2 standing behind him to turn around. Thane hesitated momentarily before making a leap, but it was enough time for the patrolmen to raise their weapons. 1 bullet hit his right thigh, the other 2 in the shoulder and stomach. Thane managed to take a couple more steps and fell to the dusty pavement right under the windows of his house. Another bullet whipped through the air above his head, shattering the window panes. Thane hoped Sana and Leah had managed to hide at the first shots. 3 years in different ghettos had taught them a lot. The sentries were already running toward him, one of them putting a bayonet knife on his carbine on the run. Behind them, gunfire sent the other patrolmen scrambling out of their houses. Feeling his strength and life draining from him, Thane pulled a case of contact lenses from his pocket as stealthily as possible, and stood up, pretending to lean his hand with the case clutched in it on the window opening. Another shot rang out. The bullet hit Thane's other leg, and he fell again to the mocking laughter of the patrolmen who had already reached him and were grinning down at him. "How far are you going, asshole?" one of the patrolmen asked. "Don't be shy, buddy. Tell us. We'll give you a ride. We've got transportation." He shook his head in the direction of the bus. Thane was silent, gathering his strength. Waves of pain swept over him, breaking through the adrenaline storm caused by the shock, but there was something else he had to do. Ignoring the laughing patrolman, he threw his healthy arm forward and, grasping a patch of yellowish grass growing on the narrow lawn by the wall of the house, pulled his mangled body forward, then again and again. Away from the house where Sana and Leia remained. He needed to distract the patrolman just a little, just for a few seconds. The patrolman let him crawl a couple dozen paces away, cackling and betting on whether he could make it to the bus on his own. A moment later, the patrol commander came up and shot Thane in the back of the head. "Morons," he said, stepping over the body. "Did you see his eyes? He's normal. Keep searching the houses. There's got to be a spawn around here somewhere. Probably the wife and kids. And take the flamethrowers from the bus. The stench of the tunnel was lingering, but since the ghetto population was several times smaller than it had been in the old days, the smell was tolerable, and there were hardly any rats. Thane had chosen this house because the basement had access to the old catacombs, a sewer system built 200 years ago. When the ghetto had been disconnected from the city's water and sewer system, the inhabitants reused the old system for its intended purpose. More importantly, they could use it to get out of the ghetto. Sana and Leah walked ankle-deep in the slimy sludge, lighting their way with pocket flashlights. They had deodorant-soaked rags wrapped around their faces, but still, from time to time, both mother and daughter felt the urge to vomit. Sana didn't even want to think about what went on in the catacombs when they were in full use. They didn't talk about what happened at home. The bloody lens case, the rumble of gunfire, and the laughter of the patrolmen were eloquent in themselves. It was a good thing that they had long been in the habit of not turning on the overhead light in the room so as not to draw unnecessary attention to the house. Otherwise, the patrolmen would have immediately realized that someone was living in the house, and Sana had unplugged the small nightlight right away. Wasn't that why they'd left the electricity on in the ghetto? An ill-timed thought occurred to a woman, so that in case of emergency, they could be found more easily if they didn't turn off the lights. As if they still had any light left in their lives at all. All the necessary measures had been talked about and learned long ago. Leah was the first to crawl out of the room, clutching the case. Sana lingered, just long enough to hear the patrol commander's phrase and the lone pistol shot that made her shiver inside. She managed not to let her emotions get the better of her. She followed Leah down into the basement and then into the vertical well that led into one of the tunnels, remembering to cover the camouflaged hatch carefully behind her. Thane had done everything he could to save her, and she couldn't make his sacrifice useless. "Daddy's not coming anymore, is he?" The question made Sana stumble and nearly fall into the stinking mud. Before she could gather her thoughts, Leah spoke again. "I know they killed him," the girl said, and Sana was struck by the calmness in her voice. "And now they want to find us and kill us too. This is all because of me, isn't it?" Sana's thoughts frantically scrambled for an answer. How do I explain it to her? How do you even explain something like this to a child? "They're afraid of me," Leah said. "And they envy me because I was sick, and then I was cured, and I'll never be sick again, and I won't die, and they will. But I will grow up and figure out how to make them not to be sick, and not to die either, so they won't be afraid. Don't be afraid, Mom. I'll do everything right. Let's go." And the girl resolutely walked on. There was still half an hour's walk to the safe exit from the catacombs. From time to time, Sana stopped her daughter and listened. So far, no pursuit seemed to be heard. Apparently, the patrolman hadn't found the basement hatch and assumed the mother and daughter had escaped through the back door. Thane had long ago made a hole in the backyard fence and kept the back door unlocked, just in case. The stunned shock of Leah's unexpected short speech was still present. Leah was diagnosed with leukemia when she was 3 years old. After a year of unsuccessful, desperate struggles that had wiped out all of Thane and Sana's savings, and, in fact, all of Thane and Sana's life, their attending physician, Dr. Malewski, suggested they enter an experimental program. "You can't call it a directed treatment for cancer," the doctor said at the time. "Rather, it's a way to partially restructure the entire immune system at the genetic level. But it is very likely to rid your daughter of the cancer permanently." Sana and Thane agreed almost immediately. I must warn you about something before you sign the consent, Malowski said. The methodology is new and not yet fully approved by the government. It's a complete breakthrough, cutting-edge technology combining genetic engineering and nanotechnology. The changes are likely to be irreversible, and there remains an unusual side effect afterward that could affect your daughter's relationships with others in the future. Anything to make Leah well, Sana replied, and asked anxiously, "What's the effect?" "She won't grow horns or gills, don't worry." Malowski smiled. "Your daughter will have a golden eyes. We've developed special contact lenses to hide the effect just in case. They're very expensive, but all participants in the program will get them for free." Malowski and his colleagues won the Nobel Prize in Medicine a year later. And another year later, when it became clear that the transformation worked for only 1 person in 10, the Life Movement and the Protectors Council emerged. 1 more year, and all those who had undergone the transformation were relocated to the ghetto. Suddenly, they were blocked by a massive grate, covered in flakes of rust and stale filth from past floods. Sana stared at the obstacle momentarily, then reached into her backpack and pulled out a blueprint of the catacombs Thane had found in the half-burned archives of the local municipality. The way out of the ghetto was marked on the blueprint with a red felt-tip pen. They checked part of it themselves, but they never went that far for fear of getting lost or, worse, of meeting someone in the catacombs they shouldn't, such as looters, who were rumored to use the tunnels to get into the ghetto without attracting the attention of the patrol. Not that the patrols were that much of an obstacle to bandits, of course, but the protectors feared that some gang would start kidnapping ghetto dwellers and selling them on the slave market. Anything could be looted and dragged out of the ghetto. Everything, except its inhabitants. It was pretty close to the exit. They were already outside the ghetto, but still in the danger zone, where it was quite possible to meet patrolmen or just aggressive citizens. Sana cursed the clerk, or engineer, whoever he was, who had once been too lazy to copy the blueprint correctly and put all the details on it. Curses weren't going to help now, though. Leah walked over to the bars and touched the thick metal bars, which looked like the set of a cheap horror movie because of the crap hanging from them. "Mom, I can fit through here," the girl said suddenly, and before Sana could react, she poked her head through the gap between the bars. She didn't move further, but it was obvious that if the girl took off her backpack, her skinny shoulders would fit through the bars without any problems. Sana's heart was partially relieved. But what would she do? She couldn't squeeze through the bars, which looked too solid to break or bend. Even if she'd had a hacksaw with her, where would she have gotten one? There was no time to file even 1 bar. It would take too long, and it would be dangerous. She took another close look at the blueprint. There. "Leah," she called out. The girl turned around. "Honey, we're going to have to split up." Sana sighed. "But it won't be for long, I promise. You'll go on like we planned. Straight ahead, then right down the side passage, and then straight on until the end." Leah nodded. In 3 years of moving from ghetto to ghetto, she'd learned the survival lesson. If Mom says what to do, you do it. "I can't get through here. I'll go around a bit. There's an exit nearby." Sana held her daughter tightly against her, and then looked into her eyes, which now looked like an ordinary girl's. The lenses, Dr. Malowski's parting gift, to replace the ones confiscated when she was first placed in the ghetto, worked just as well as the old ones. "Leah, this is very important. I believe it won't be necessary, but I have to tell you anyway. Wait for me at the tunnel exit." Sana looked at her watch. 20 minutes. If I don't show up, head north to the border. You should have enough food in your backpack for 4 days to get there. Don't talk to anyone and stay away from towns and people. You got it?" "I love you, Mom," Leah said. Sana gasped. "I love you too, sweetheart." She kissed her daughter on the forehead. "I'll see you soon. Go." She helped Leah through the bars, then handed her daughter her backpack. Soon, the girl's footsteps were drowned out by the splash of foul water, and the flashlight's light seemed like a random fluctuation in the eyes. Sana turned around and, checking the blueprint, walked toward the service well in the side tunnel that came to the surface just beyond the northern edge of the ghetto. She was lucky. The manhole wasn't welded shut, buried under the new pavement, or obstructed with heavy junk. She lifted and pushed the cast-iron manhole cover aside, poked her head out carefully, and looked around. Apparently, she was in the yard of some transportation company. Along the high wall was a row of vans with a logo on the sides that was indistinguishable in the darkness. The wall led to a 2-story brick workshop and office building. There were no lights anywhere. The yard was illuminated only by the street lights beyond the fence and the glow of the burning ghetto to the south. The office probably has some sort of security alarm system. It's better not to try it. The big gate to the courtyard was locked, of course. Climb on the van and climb over the fence? There was barbed wire on top, but she could throw something over it. And then she saw the wicket door. A few steps to the left of the gate, there was a doorway in the concrete fence with a plain metal door. Sana approached it without much hope and pulled the handle, and the door opened. Sana looked out of the door. The street was deserted. The usual quiet street of the city outskirts. Mostly, there were workshops and warehouses, and only a couple of residential houses in the industrial zone froze for the night. The sparse street lights illuminated mostly only the intersections. The rest was lost in the shadows. Sana closed the gate behind her and turned left after checking the blueprint. The safe exit from the tunnels where Leah was waiting for her should be northwest of here. She should go to the end of this street and turn onto the old dirt road that led to the abandoned sewage treatment plant. Suddenly, a blinding light struck from the other side of the street, outlining her figure against the concrete wall. Sana saw that all the pavement beneath her feet was flooded with red, and the concrete of the wall was scraped from the impact of bullets. She barely heard the gunshots. "Which one is it? The 8th? The 9th? Asked a fat man in a tracksuit with a shotgun sitting on the hood of an old beat-up Jeep. "No, it's the 10th, replied a thin woman in her 40s in a chintz dress and army boots, who was deftly loading cartridges into the magazine of an automatic pistol. Clanking the last one, she slammed the magazine into the grip and pulled the bolt. We had a quick start. She nodded toward a large construction waste container, over the side of which 2 young men, high school students by the look of them, had just dumped Sana's body. "You can check if you want to." "Nah, I'm too lazy," the man said and spat. "Damn, I wish I'd got here faster." The look on their faces when we turn on the headlights. It's hilarious. That was a damn good idea, I'm telling you. When I heard the shots, I grabbed my old lady. He patted the shotgun, and came right here. Well, I told myself, finally, can't miss all the fun. We knew what to do right away when the patrols got on the case, said the woman. That's what I told my boys. It's time to help our defenders. We've had our eye on this place for a long time. We could have notified the local Protectors Council, but we figured we could handle it ourselves. Damn right. The man slammed his fist on the hood, leaving another dent. I know what you mean. How long can we sit and wait for everything to be done for us? I want to be involved, want to do my part. He chuckled. They're just like cockroaches or rats, for God's sake. Inhumans, no other words for 'em. Damned freaks. They won't crawl past us, said the woman. Boys, turn off the searchlights, she shouted, and reload your rifles. Let's see if any more scum comes out. They're roasting them hard. She pointed the muzzle of her pistol toward the flames in the ghetto. On the second day, Leah stole a milk bottle and a large loaf of bread from the farm. The area was quiet and unspoiled, and many people didn't even bother to lock their doors at night, even though it was next door to the ghetto. Her mother had advised her to avoid people, but the concentrates were so unpalatable, and she really wanted to eat. She had been constantly hungry for 2 years now. She waited not for 20 minutes but all 45, even though she knew it was useless. The distance was too great to see details, but Leah could see that on the outskirts, just about where the main line of the old sewer system ran underground, several times bright lights came on, and gunfire started. Then, a couple of life patrol trucks arrived, and the shooting stopped. Leah climbed down from the roof of the big hangar, went off the abandoned road, and walked through the woods straight north, just like she'd promised her mom. During the day, she hid in some half-rotten shack that hadn't been visited in probably 100 years, and at night, she set off again and robbed the farmhouse she found. She wanted to steal their bicycle, but they would have missed it, and riding on the roads meant getting caught, so she had to keep walking. The ghetto was still burning. At night, it served as a good guide, one to get away from, though she knew how to use a compass. She felt sorry for Mom and Dad, but she forbade herself to think about it. She needs to keep moving now. If she walked long enough, maybe she could find another world, one where people weren't killed for not getting sick and living a long time. She had to find that world or make this one right, at any cost. Leah pulled the small 5-shot pistol Dr. Malowski had given her secretly from her parents out of its holster and aimed it at the glow of the burning ghetto. At any cost.